Hello out there, everyone. As always, I am your host, Graydon95. We are missing Boo this evening. Sneaky Adolf, you want to take it away?
Yeah, I'm your second host, of course, Sneaky Adolf.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yes, as always.
as always, here to tell you of the things and
Mm-hmm.
give you my Satan's hype man as usual.
You, uh, for November, given that spooky month is over, we have
Mm-hmm.
decided to swap online personas.
Mm-hmm.
And by we have decided, I mean I decided 10 seconds ago.
Right, yes, this was dropped on me immediately. So I was unprepared. But gotta spice it up, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Rely
So
on me for the rock solid bits.
Thank you, thank you. But yes, Boo will not be joining us as he is enjoying himself too much in
Mhm.
Outer Worlds.
And because
Quote.
he is a weak bitch coward.
Mm-hmm. Um, but yes, we are also.
Outer Worlds, is that the dystopia one or the universe one?
I think it's the universe one. I don't
Uh, I,
remember.
I believe. Hold on,
Let me.
Outer
Yeah, it's
Worlds.
the Outer Worlds, I believe.
Yes, okay, that's the corporate dystopia one.
Okay.
The made by Obsidian.
Right. Which again, like people talked about it for like a few months, or no, not even a few, like a month, and then it
Yeah,
it just
a
went
few weeks.
away.
When I bought my Switch, actually, the guy, um, who was there at Best Buy
Mhm.
was trying to recommend, like the employee was trying to recommend The Outer Worlds to someone who was buying, I think it was a PS4,
Okay.
and he's like, "Yeah, you should check out The Outer Worlds.
Uh-huh.
It's by the people that did Fallout when it was good. It was the people did New Vegas." And he's
Uh-huh.
like thinking, and I look over and I'm like, it's Obsidian Entertainment. And he's like, yeah, yeah, have you played it? And I'm like, nope. He's like, oh, so you're a fan of New Vegas? And I'm like, nope.
Have you not do you not like New Vegas?
I don't like Fallout in general.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Didn't know that.
I think it is a fine
Hmm.
series. I just think it's not for me.
That's fair. Yeah. I can understand that. It's like how Skyrim isn't for me and like Elder Scrolls games
Mhm.
aren't for me. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
We're the opposite in that way. Um
But like I've played through most of Fallout 3 and like
yeah, Fallout 3 is the one that everybody's like, it's not as good.
yeah, it just didn't hold me.
Yeah, I used to like it a lot more,
I
but
do love the intro of New Vegas.
yeah. Hmm.
Um, I think that's pretty neat,
Yeah. There's a lot of
but
things that
yeah.
I like about Fallout, but there's a lot of things that also make me want to not play a Fallout game.
Uh, plus, like back when in sophomore year, seeing Zach play Fallout, I got pretty much my fill of Fallout for my life, and I was like, this is a fine game, not for me, but a fine game.
Sure, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so today we're back with our regularly scheduled stuff, and probably will stay that way throughout the holiday season, as well. But just with more flair, I guess, in the sense
Yeah,
of what I'll do
I
to our thing.
I have Christmas profile pictures planned for you, Boo, and me.
Oh, you've already planned it, have you?
I have already planned your profile picture for
Wow, I
Christmas.
had already planned mine too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Again, things I have decided for you.
Isn't that interesting? Well, maybe your idea is better than my idea. Who knows?
Maybe we'll have to discuss it.
Maybe. But yes.
Stay
So,
tuned, everyone.
so the other thing is, I am trying out a new way of recording. This is separate audio tracks for the desktop audio and the Discord audio and my audio. So hopefully I can balance things better. Please tell me if I don't. That would be great. Um,
Wow.
I will be listening to it 3 or 4 times while I'm editing because I hate myself. But yeah, it it'll hopefully be good. Um, but yeah. So other than that, uh, the first video today, if you could hop into the watch together there, my boy.
How do I have to?
Well, it's kind of the point, yeah. And for this episode, at least.
Convince me. I'm
Uh...
convinced.
Good. So for the first video today, I felt that since we have at least an audience, I would, because I found this guy just randomly while I was looking through for videos, and he has seemed to have just started out, and I liked his video, and I feel like he should be acknowledged more. He has like, what is it, like 72 subscribers or something? Yeah, 72 subscribers. And I feel like he could put out some cool stuff.
I enjoy the purple and yellow neon aesthetic.
Yes, so this comes to us from MisterBoredGamer, and he is sharing with us Gateway to Gaming, Getting Started with Tabletop Role-Playing Games, TTRPG. It's like a noob-friendly video, and we've probably, oh, give me a second. We've probably gone over some of the points that he's going to go into, but yeah, let me add in a couple of things, because even though I've made things more professional, I may have forgotten to add things in to the other capture.
See, it's hilarious to me when you make things more professional, forgetting the weakest link that is your co-hosts.
What? Well, there we go. Okay, so that should that should be good. Well, one day we'll fix you up.
Yeah. One day you'll trade me in.
So, yes, let us begin.
Who remembers growing up with a stigma around tabletop role-playing games? For decades, popular culture has had a whack track record when it comes to weaponizing this hobby to bully social outcasts, whether for entertainment or just self-preservation.
Real quick,
Mm-hmm.
do you mind if we restart the video, because up till now it's been loading?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. There you go.
And hopefully this shall...
Yeah, if you play it, it might do it.
There we go.
Okay, cool.
Fat gum.
Who remembers growing up with a stigma around tabletop role-playing games? For decades, popular culture has had a whack track record when it comes to weaponizing this hobby to bully social outcasts, whether for entertainment or just self-preservation. It's so obnoxious, and it directly contradicts a rich history of storytelling that's found in so many dope cultures, especially for Black people. Icons from authors and writers to musicians, filmmakers, and to no one's surprise, actors love Dungeons and Dragons. Fact. At their core, tabletop role-playing games are a storytelling experience between you and your chosen crew. Let's talk about the appeal, things you need to get started, and the endless worlds of possibilities that are waiting for you if you want to get into tabletop role-playing games. You're watching MisterBoredGamer, the hobbyist on a mission to make tabletop gaming more accessible to Black folks, inspired by blurs everywhere. Don't forget to like and subscribe below. Appreciate you for watching, and happy Halloween.
So just
Not a bad intro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just to start off.
Very, very clear in his message and his goals.
Yes.
An understandable and admirable purpose for the channel.
Mm-hmm.
And a Halloween costume that is one of Horikoshi's best characters.
I don't know. So the other thing that I would want to point out is thankfully at this moment, I think honestly doing this intro bit and then asking for the subscription, it's still a
Oh,
little
yeah. You've given me a taste of quality.
exactly. It's still a little early, I would say, but it still is fine, I would think.
What would you personally say is the okay point to first ask for that?
Midpoint.
Midpoint, like
Midpoint.
50%?
Yeah,
I can see
like
that. Yeah.
like maybe even you give me your beginning kind of, you get to about, it depends on length as well, I guess. So midpoint is always a definite, and there's definitely, if you give me like he did give the overview and stuff, so that helps a lot. I like that in right before, because then it gives me a reason to start thinking about it. But even so, I still haven't like seen him make any points or anything. Though it is more so for the quality of the video, which I appreciate, at least that this is not, you know, out of focus, and he's got some production value definitely going on with his editing and everything that he's been doing. So I'm like, yes, I'm more likely to subscribe to you now. But definitely midpoint is very safe, I would say.
I would say midpoint is also a very safe bet, but I would go as early in as after you've sort of displayed sort of like your thesis and opening remarks.
Yeah,
Which he did.
Which he did. That's why I'm saying it's helped. That's helped. So I'm okay with it.
Yes. Good intro bit.
Yes.
Hell yeah. I'm super happy to see quality here, especially from a small channel.
Exactly.
Spooky. As with most tabletop games, it can be intimidating to face the bullying or social pressure that comes along with participating in the hobby. But times are changing, and games like the Wagadu Chronicles, which I covered in my last video, are showing how the industry is being shaken up by different identities and perspectives.
So, what I would say is that yes, there was a stigma, there was all this stuff, but
there still is.
I would say it's far less.
Oh no, it's definitely far less. And what's more, it's different now.
Yes.
There is a stigma, but I would describe it only as like 10 to 15% as bad as it actually was.
Yeah, exactly. So like I feel like especially during this time, I feel like it's less likely for people to not play just because of that stigma. Because it is literally not shield. Sorry, that's wrong word. God. It's promoted. That's the word. Promoted by, like he said, actors, big name people who are showing that they're also people.
Do you mean to tell me that actors are good at and probably like acting?
Well, yeah, yes, but also,
yo, Wagadu Chronicles looks sick though.
Yeah, it does. But
it's based on African mythology. I know nothing about African mythology. He
has a video on it, and I would highly recommend people check that out as well. Probably won't do it tonight because I had some other stuff on the docket, but maybe we'll cover it again at another point.
Am I allowed to play Wagadu Chronicles, or is that whitewashing?
Oh God. No, I think you're allowed. I think anyone's allowed to do anything, just like how. Anyway, yeah. So, just that little note, I would say, because I feel like, the stigma is so much less. I don't know. I don't really see. The only time I see people actually enforcing it are when they're trying to say that orcs are racist. You know, stuff like that, where I'm just like, you just don't even understand the game.
Dude, So as actually a little bit of a fuck you to that,
Okay,
like
yeah,
that the sentiment of orcs are racist.
yeah,
Um, well, it sort of arose naturally, but when I heard about the whole orcs are racist thing, I was like, oh
yeah.
well, now I'm definitely not changing this aspect of my world.
Okay,
Is my world's equivalent of Zeus? Is the father of orcs,
okay.
and very much like a hero god. He's like the equivalent of the king of Olympus.
Hmm.
And he's like the father of the orcs because he's the war god, and he's
Oh,
the
cool.
patron not only of the orcs that are invading the village,
Hmm.
but also of the guards that are defending the village.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
Because both are war. I don't care
Hmm.
from whom the blood spills, so long as it spills.
Exactly, and I mean, it makes sense. Why wouldn't they both be? Why wouldn't he be the patron of both?
Yeah.
Right?
The god of storms, and like when orcs see storms that over a village that
Mhm.
they're about ready to invade, they go, okay, this isn't his will, let's move on.
Oh, cool.
Like highly superstitious, and
Mhm.
like will have actually the best technology for actual meteorology of any race.
That makes sense.
Because they care about storms, and they're like, yeah, no, we find when this twig bends, a storm arrives in like 3 days. So we plant these trees, and like whenever we are marching on the warpath and we see a tree is like curled up, we just hunker down for a week and
Cool,
pray.
cool. Yeah, fucking that whole orcs are racist. I hope. Ah, God, it's never gonna go away. Its effects are
Nope.
gonna be seen for
Mm-mm.
fucking time
It
immemorial.
wo- the effect won't go away until eventually people stop caring and they just go, yeah, whatever, man.
Dude,
Orcs are
well,
racist.
yeah,
Sure.
that's the thing,
Whatever. I
right?
don't care.
Wizards is already bent to that will, though. They're gonna in the future always be bent to that will, right?
Money.
Yeah, so like it's always gonna be there, regardless of if people are saying it or not. Anyway,
Today, turn to dive into tabletop RPGs and begin building your own worlds and the legendary characters that
I like
inhabit
the
them.
little effects.
So, what is the appeal behind a massive industry
Ooh.
powered mostly by pure imagination? In tabletop role-playing games, players have the ability to create a complete cast of unique characters with virtually no limitations. There are specific universes that you can use for your world or setting. And while Dungeons & Dragons fantasy style is the most common RPG setting you'll come across, there are others, such as the Sentinels of the Multiverse
Yep.
RPG, with superheroes and supervillains,
Also, the card game.
and Weave, which contains itself 4 pre-developed settings, including Gloomies, inspiring a retro Goosebumps vibe. When creating
that's
a
cool.
character, you have specific skills or traits that will define how you play your character. This is where role-playing really comes into effect. Characters will take on a life of their own through the game and the storytelling experiences. Characters with high charisma scores have more opportunities to talk themselves out of sticky situations. Characters with low intelligence scores may have a difficult time finding clues to solve puzzles, or learning new
Wisdom.
information without the help of others in the game. Players who want to take on the role of the Dungeon Master, or DM, can also try their hand at creating what's called homebrew variants, where you set the world and the rules yourself. Last year, during the 4th of July, a few friends and I set up a Harry Potter homebrew to introduce some new players to the genre using their favorite franchise. The flexibility and virtually endless possibilities when creating a tabletop role-playing experience is one of the things that has made them so appealing for generations of gamers. Another great quality of
so I just wanted to point out because I honestly can't remember the last time that I heard somebody even talk about actually homebrewing a setting, right? And like running it in the sense of in your how to start video, like
Mhm.
where somebody goes, yeah, so you could do all this stuff. There's a bunch of different settings and stuff, but if you want to do your own thing, go for it.
Yeah, and that's something that homebrew is seen as like, oh, this is for the advanced player, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, not so, dude.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
started homebrewing, I think like 3 or 4 sessions into my first campaign because there was stuff I wanted to put in that nothing existed for that I knew of or could find.
Yeah.
And so I said, screw it, we'll do it live.
Yeah.
And like
Exactly.
so long as you have an eye more or less for balance
Mm-hmm.
and can make things that are mathematically look similar to other things, then
Mm-hmm.
like you're literally fine. And honestly, the idea to me of adopting an already like pre-established setting
Mm-hmm.
wherein if you are a first time DM and you're DMing a veteran player, um that's a weird scenario to be in the first place, but
Yeah, it's happened.
can happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
can happen, will happen, does happen.
I did it. I
Um
remember.
and sort of running the risk of that veteran player, like you say this and the veteran player like goes like, what, that's not how that works in this setting,
Ah.
or like, or oh well, like bugbears are this, and you're like, oh, granted that's part of sort of DM preparedness, but
Yeah.
I as a DM, if I am going to be sort of running a game for people, I don't want to also have to memorize like all of the port cities, the towns, the kingdoms, the government structures and stuff like that, because if I come up with it myself, it'll be way easier for me to memorize it.
Yeah, I mean, even so, if you just make notes for it though as well,
Yeah,
um,
it's just it feels more daunting
that's fair, I guess. Yeah,
versus being told, do what you want.
sure, sure. Yeah, fair. Um, yeah, I mean, it all just depends on your style, and I would say the seeing more people just say go do the thing that you want to do, like even if you don't have the mind for balance, I would say do the thing that you want to do that feels like what you want, and then you play test it really live with your friends, and then they
Mhm.
go, well, that didn't feel as balanced as it should be, and then you go, okay, tell me how, and then you
Yeah,
go, yeah,
uh, unless of course you ask your friends for feedback and they just go, "That's good,"
yeah, and then you go,
and you go, "No, but what did I do wrong though?"
yeah, exactly. Speaking of, I did that, and thankfully I did get some feedback. But when I ran the Halloween one shot that turned into a two shot, and I was like, okay, I I know you guys had fun. You said so yourselves. Great, good.
Mhm.
Could you tell me what I did wrong? Because I know I did something. I know there's something that I can improve on. Right? I flat out
Mhm.
said that, and then I
Mhm.
got two people that were going, no, it was fun. I think you did great. I was like, cool. The third person was like, I feel like you could have had a cavern as well, and I was like, okay, all right, I guess,
Mhm.
I get,
Yes, that could have happened, I
and
suppose.
I was like, so overall though, would you say more variety of locations? Because I agree with that. I only had like three, right?
Mhm.
And so I was just like, yeah, I guess so. But then again, it was also a one shot, and also because what the Wendigo could do, I feel like a cavern thing wouldn't be. And plus, what the Wendigo is, I don't know if it would necessarily have to like go live in a cavern and then you would go through. Because he was like, yeah, it would be fun to like maybe go through a maze of its lair cavern to go through. And I was like, I don't know about. I mean, yeah, it could, but I feel like more of the because I had it in a just like a hovel basically. It was a bigger kind
Mhm.
of hovel, but I was just like, it just really wants to eat and live and kill things and eat, and if it needs shelter, it just takes shelter in wherever and doesn't really care about
Yeah,
a layer, right?
yeah, and oh boy, if where it chooses to take shelter in also happens to be stocked with some food, like,
Yeah,
so much the better.
exactly. So like I was just like I was just like, yeah, I mean, it could have been. He was like, yeah, I feel like it could have been cool, and I was taking it from. He even cited. He was like, I guess I was thinking of like the Wendigo
And a
cavern from
supernatural.
no from Fallout 76,
Ah,
and I was like, yeah, okay, because he was just like, yeah, it was cool with the fact that it was darker and stuff, and I was just like, yeah, but most of you had dark vision, so really there wouldn't have been that darkness for many of you, and then like it could just like you're having to be chased by it because he said maybe it could Scooby Doo with us a little bit, and I was like, I assume you mean chase you, and then and then and then I was like, but it can phase through things with the one that I'm using because I used it as was on the sheet, which felt actually less OP than I thought it was gonna be because I had them all at 12th level, and then there were 4 of them. It was going to be 3, but there was 4 of them, and then it was a challenge rating 13. I might have just played it wrong. I don't know. But anyway, so that's my spiel there.
yeah. Actually, funny story regarding balance, right? Well, actually, 2 short stories.
Mm-hmm.
First of which, right? I don't know if I've said this on the podcast or not,
Okay.
but you know, thoughts and prayers, and my friend's campaign that the balance is a wee bit fucky wucky.
Right, I remember showing a friend that, and I was like, yeah, he gave this to just people at, like, what was it, like level 3 or something? Yeah, and I was just like, he gave them to his party at level 3, and my friend went, what? And just started laughing. And I was like, yeah.
So here is a couple things that the person was not aware of
Okay.
when she told me this story. The first of which is that's not how the DM is doing all magic damage rolls in general. That's how he's doing it for one person because they have an item that does that.
Okay.
Which on one hand seems less bad, but on the other hand seems worse. Because on one
Yeah.
hand, you think, okay, so at least everyone's not dealing super crazy damage. That's okay, fine. But then you think, but if everyone's dealing super crazy damage, then that means that the enemies would also be dealing super
Yeah,
crazy damage.
exactly.
And you are instead just allowing one player to be a nuke.
Yes. You're giving them
Better,
special
better,
treatment.
better for like in-world balance. Way worse for how to handle things at the table.
Yeah.
Um, So I got that picture from her on Sunday when we were playing D&D. She sent me a picture from her playing D&D, and I just hear a
Oh.
little Discord boot oop, and
Okay, so
that was lightning bolt.
I'll show it. Oh, give me a second here.
Yep.
Uh
10d8 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 10 12s. Plus 5.
Okay.
So, now that I've given you a little bit of shock and awe, right?
Thank you. Yep.
Let me follow that up real quick.
Okay.
Um, would you find it safe to say that
Mhm.
this campaign is a little bit like off the rails in terms of power?
I would say there seems to be some sort of power creep issue.
I would in fact call it a power sprint. Um,
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
but my friend has 2 NPC children that her character is taking care of. The first one of which can cast Earthquake. The
Okay.
second one of which, do you want to know what spell they can cast? It's
Is it
way high level.
is it Finger of Death?
No, that would have been tame.
Okay.
Come on, what's the big dick damage spell?
Meteor storm?
Meteor Swarm!
Oh no! Like
And
actually?
you know what? As far as I'm aware,
Mhm.
and my friend seems to be under the impression of, is when that child eventually casts Meteor Swarm, the damage for that will be calculated the same way as that lightning bolt.
With just a lot of plus 12s?
Oh,
Just
well, yeah, a lot of
every.
whatever the kid's spellcasting damage modifier apparently will be. But like Meteor Swarm does, I think off the top of my head, 30 d6 total?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now,
I had to put my hands in front of my face, dude.
won't stop the meteor.
It doesn't matter. My heart is already dead.
And then,
Uh-huh.
so I was talking to my friend, and I'm
Mhm.
like, so, hey, did you know, like, going into this campaign that things would be all like fucky wucky like this? And she tells me, she says no.
Okay.
And I say, huh, did you join the campaign late? And she's like, no, I've been there since the beginning.
Oh.
And I'm like, cool, so your DM didn't tell you this in session 0. And she goes, hell no.
Okay.
And I went, huh. Did any of the other players know that things would be like this? And she's like, no, we've been kind of just going as it happens. And I went, cool. And I would take this moment because I know she listens to our Devils and Dice,
Oh,
and she may listen to the podcast. I don't know.
okay.
But I would like to take this moment to officially decry her DM, whose name I do not know.
Okay.
Um, but you know who you are if you are listening to this. Show your DM this. I don't even
I,
care.
I, uh, like,
Fuck, dude.
how do you justify this for one character and then just give it to NPC? So my question.
Because the
Okay.
children are special. Oh, okay. You
No,
know what?
don't give me that. Really?
So
The children are gods?
no, they're special.
No. They're gods.
Yeah, no,
They
they're
have to
basically gods.
be.
Do you want to know what else? Right.
Uh,
Uh, so the players want to find the barbarian's family
okay.
for reasons,
Okay.
and the my friend who is playing a druid
Yeah.
wants to help them. She's either a druid or a cleric. I'm
Sure.
pretty sure she's more druid, but anyway,
Okay.
she wants to help them by using scrying,
Yeah.
which whatever.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I worship 3 different gods, and like a tingle goes up my spine, and I'm like, and the gods know about this? And she's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, and the gods are cool with it? And she's like, yeah, they're
Yeah.
fine. And I'm like, well, okay, far be it from me to tell you how the gods work in this setting.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, I worship Mistra, the goddess of magic. And
Okay.
I'm like, I'm unfamiliar with that one, but sure. And
I know
she's
that
like,
one.
Bahamut, the god of travelers. And I'm like, not the god of travelers,
Not
but
yeah.
continue.
Okay.
Uh,
Definitely
and
justice. Definitely super
I,
justice.
t-
Go on.
I told her law and justice, and she's like, yeah, but he's compassionate to like travelers, and like, oh, if there's a traveler on the road who's down on their luck, I'll give you a gold piece.
That
So
might that
we kind of count that as the god of travelers. And I'm like, you do, sure. Um,
okay.
yeah, that's right. You thought you were gonna get away without any of this coming back on you? I'm roasting you too. Um, Anyway, so she's building a scrying pool,
Yeah.
like big ol' scrying mirror
Oh,
that will
nice.
allow her to see into any plane of existence that the gods that she worship have an influence in. Which,
What?
for given that Mistra is one of them, is a lot.
Is quite literally everywhere that Mistra is giving magic. Okay. Okay.
Do you want to know the price for this item?
Oh no. Um.
Granted, she
Mhm.
does have a fair amount of the starting materials. Like she has these 6 magical like pillars that act as magic amplifiers or something, and she's going to use to sort of focus light into the pool or something. I don't fucking
Okay.
know. But do you want to know the price with having like apparently most, if not all, of the raw materials?
How much?
6,000 gold.
To look into any plane of existence.
6,000 gold.
6,000 gold. 6,000 gold?
6,000 gold.
For a what I would consider legendary
Yeah, this is going to be
item.
a one in like existence item.
Yeah.
Like a god level item. Like
Yeah.
Zeus has his lightning bolt.
Yeah.
The child that can cast meteor swarm has a scrying pool.
I,
Um Now, may I remind everyone listening that an immovable rod
yeah.
is 5,000 gold.
Yeah. Like, and it just holds things in place.
Yeah.
That's all it does.
Granted, you can take it with you, unlike a pool.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll find some way to get, like, I don't know, a world spirit, like, turtle that'll put it on its back for them gladly or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But and don't get me wrong,
Uh-huh.
as absolutely fucked as the balance is, so long as you're having fun, go for it.
Yeah, no,
Um,
absolutely. It just makes me
like,
my
you
brain.
can you can
Yeah.
have yeah, it makes my brain feel like I've had, like, 6 cups of coffee, but
Uh,
go for it. The problem arises with these expectations were not set up in the beginning.
yeah, that's a little problematic, dude.
Um,
Like, thankfully your party's going with it and you're not running into problems.
yeah.
But man, if I was to join that campaign and it just,
Oh, I would never join that campaign. I
well,
would.
in the sense of
Oh,
like, if I was just like asked to join and I didn't know about any of, like, I don't know the person or anything, I'd just be like, yeah, okay,
yeah,
I'll give it a
yeah.
try, right? And then go into it and go, what is happening?
So yeah, that's just wanted to share that with
I
you.
was I was just gonna hope that we were just sorry, Mr. Bored Gamer.
Yeah, I know. My
I
eyes shifted from one monitor and the call, and then like to my middle monitor, and I'm like, "Oh right, we were discussing a video."
yeah, no, I just like, and I was gonna um wow,
It's a
um
shame too because it's a really good video.
it's a really good video.
But
It's a really good video, but no, you needed to talk about that because that's
yeah,
fucked.
yeah. So, thoughts and prayers at this point in time, don't really think they're as busted.
No, I think the children are.
Yeah,
I, ooh, and the
children
I
casting ninth level
like.
magic.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I gotta ask questions now, Mr. Board Gamer. I need to ask questions now about this thing. Um, we'll get back to the. I think you are great, and what you've been doing is great, and like your homebrew, telling people to homebrew, great. I love it. I just you honestly,
Absolutely. But
overall, your
we
video
started
is
talking about a
fantastic.
good homebrew, and then like with that, like Pandora's box has been opened to the
Yes.
bad home.
I don't want this message to be unheard. Before I go into even more of this rabbit hole, go look at his channel, go look at his stuff. He's actually really cool as far as I've seen.
I actually, I should go subscribe to him right now because what I've seen in 4 minutes is really
it gives a good feeling, gives good hope, right? So yeah, check him out, give him your stuff, and I'll say it again when we actually finish the video. But so okay, children, right? What? Okay, so the thoughts and prayers was given to someone else, yes?
Was given to my friend.
Right, your friend has that. Okay, and then the children are following who?
My friend.
Oh, so it's all for this one person.
Thoughts and prayers and the well, as I recall, the friend was surprised by the advent of the child being able to cast Meteor Swarm. However, them trying to get the child to learn Fireball was intentional. It was very much I have a child, I will use you as like a living scroll of like I will take you to someone who can teach you Fireball.
Sure, that's fine. But so this was a party-wide gift, yes, or was this like intended for this one person?
It was. I don't know for positive.
Okay.
However, I believe it was party-wide. I think the party adopted the children. However, I think my friend defaulted to caretaking.
Okay. Okay. And these children, how much do you know about them? What do you know about them?
Oh, other than not much.
Okay, because I need to. If you're listening to this person, please. I need to know things. Oh my god. Are they children of the gods? Because otherwise I don't understand how.
Oh shit, MisterBoredGamer only has 74 subscribers.
That's what I said in the beginning. He had 72 and I gave
guys,
I
fix
subscribed.
that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But yes, so unless I don't understand. Like, how do you...
My friend is, like, very, I would say aggressive in how much she likes to talk about her D&D game, which, you know what, fair enough. Most of us are, I myself am included in that.
Yeah.
I will talk anyone's ear off about Boris or my paladin Morty.
Yeah.
Hell, I run a fucking D&D podcast. I will ask for her to send me like a rundown on Discord next time I see her.
Okay.
And just like I'll have her send me I'll just say like write a letter to me basically describing your campaign.
Please, cuz I need to understand how this is being justified.
Actually, she's online. She's online now. I'll type out a quick message.
Oh no. Okay. Fair enough. It's one of those things where I just need some clarification because I'm glad you're having fun. I really am. But my god, how does this not bother you? The writing of the like how can you justify this? How can you just hand wave it? I don't understand. You just use it without question? Maybe?
Theirs is not a very combat-heavy game.
That's fine. They don't need to have combat because they can just destroy it in one moment.
Yeah, they're like, oh hey, there's a town over there. Like, we could destroy it in like
in a second.
A second, but
they're gods.
Let's go over there and talk to the blacksmith that likes pickles, or I don't know.
Right? Like, What are the stakes? How can you even have any? I don't
Does
get
the
it.
child also calculate damage on the meteor swarm? All fucky.
Like like again, glad you're having fun. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you, but man, I need to know things. Okay. So while that's happening, let's finish this video because this guy deserves more people to watch his things. So let's just finish it out.
Yeah.
Tabletop role games is how easy it is to set up. Even with all the fancy accessories and miniatures, you can get by with just a few dice, a pencil, and a notepad.
Mm-hmm.
You can even have a mixed game with adults and children, which would probably make for some pretty hilarious and unpredictable storytelling outcomes.
Oh yeah.
The current system for Dungeons & Dragons, also known as 5th edition or 5e, is one of the most popular ways to play tabletop role-playing games right now. 5e revolves around a d20 dice system, meaning most of your actions and events are resolved by rolling a 20-sided die and adjusting the outcome using your character's skills or expertise in a specific trait. If my character here wants to attempt to repair this busted cyborg and program her to fight by his side, the DM will decide how difficult this task might be. Then I, as the player, would roll a d20. If my character has any background in science or technology, I may get a bonus to add to the result of the dice roll. On a low roll, the cyborg may malfunction and begin to attack me and my friends. On a high roll, I could succeed and gain a new friend, bringing a new element to our storytelling options. With the wealth of source material, there are many more detailed rules and mechanics that your DM can choose to include in your game. But all of these choices are best for your full group of players to decide together as a team. This will help you decide how flexible or difficult you would like your experience to be. Do you want to become heroes of legend who can fell entire armies with the flick of a wrist? Or would you like to engage in deep, thoughtful conversation with the characters that you meet throughout the story? The only way to make the most out of a tabletop role-playing experience is to make decisions together as your characters in-game. And that's just the beginning of your group storytelling experience. If you want more background on different worlds and settings and the lore that come with
I feel kind of bad because I feel there's almost nothing I can add.
Right? Like it is such a good and succinct intro video, right?
Like I don't want this to just be reactions. So
Right. Like
I will
what
say my only criticisms would be firstly you talk about D&D and like what homebrew is, but you don't really mention much about what group storytelling is,
Mhm.
because that is also something that is sort of uh not in the sort of public conscious. Most people think of storytelling, they think of sitting around a campfire while one person talks for a half an hour, and less of collaboratively creating a story that you all share.
Right. Yeah.
And when I am trying to describe D&D to people, that is oftentimes the big hurdle that I have to get past, and
Mhm.
once they understand what group storytelling is, it's easy it's pretty easy for me to describe the D20 system, and then settings and fantasy and what that is from there.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, so I would say it is missing something that can be very crucial for if you want to show this video
Mhm.
to a person that is a complete outsider to the idea of what tabletop RPGs even are.
Right.
It can be a bit confusing using storytelling in your video when they themselves have a different mental definition of what it is. Um, I
Potentially, yeah.
really like the little like visual cues and editing that you do. Uh real good. It shows that you're putting care into each and every part of your video,
Mhm.
which is something I don't often see in a lot of videos. Um,
Mhm. It depends, right?
yeah, it depends, but like for me, like the fact that he adds like a little thing going around, like a face of the D20 shows, okay, he put a lot of thought into this shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was gonna say for that whole example thing as well, like giving an example during your explanations of how the D20 works, like how the D20 system will
Yes.
work.
Mhm.
Fantastic. I'm glad it's so simple to just follow, right? Because
Yeah.
you literally go and you show the 4, and then you go, if it's lower, I might have this chance of it being
Mhm.
if it attacking me, or if it's higher, I might gain an ally, right? You say the might as well because it's not guaranteed, but it's definitely a higher chance. So I very much appreciate the use of that visual aid as well.
Yes. Um, it's something actually I usually when I'm describing the D20 system, I try to use an example, but
Mhm.
like it's real hard to do with only saying words versus actually showing like on the board what's
Mhm.
happening and
Yep.
like stuff like that. Like, like give me good video.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, exactly. So you did fucking good, and I hope you get more subs, dude.
Yeah,
I really do.
God, dude, like, how, how do we have 400 but this guy has 74?
I know we don't do anything. We don't do anything fucking special. Yeah.
With them, characters, establishing origins, or gearing up for your first tabletop role-playing experience? Let me know in the comments below, and feel free to connect with me on Instagram at MisterBoredGamer. As always,
Well,
appreciate you for watching.
Alejo,
Mm.
given that you run the TableTalk
Oh yeah,
um,
true.
Instagram,
Yeah,
I
I'll go
would
follow him.
love to have him on the show.
Yeah. I would too, actually. I'll go follow him and I'll send him a message at some point. Um, yeah, no, absolutely. I would love to pick this guy's brain. He seems pretty fucking cool.
Mhm.
Seems like he knows what he's talking about as well, which is fucking
I
nice.
wonder what his favorite edition of D&D is and why it's 3.5.
Yeah, I don't know
The
about
correct
that.
answer, obviously.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let me go see if I find him on Instagram real quick. Um but yeah, no, again, dude, like super good video. I hope again, this is why I wanted to put this first because because I just found him randomly. Like while I was searching, legitimately I was searching because I try to find keywords with like bad, with like just these keywords that give some kind of result that we can actually discuss. And so this
Mhm,
time I
mhm.
went D&D controversy, and for some reason he
Oh,
popped up.
weird.
Yeah. And I was like, this is nowhere near that. So I guess he kind of talks about the stigma, which I guess is controversial. But again, no, like I want him to show up in a better search result than that. I would never have found him.
Mm,
And to be fair, I was scrolling really far down. So like
yeah, clearly.
yeah, so like I was just like, hey, fucking this guy needs to be fucking seen. So
I'm surprised you didn't get flooded with the quartering articles.
yeah, right. I was surprised that I didn't see more of that stuff, but I definitely saw a couple of different things on what was it on what we were talking about, like the orcs and stuff. So Mister
Damn.
Miss
Oh,
yeah,
uh, by the way, this is more like podcast or I guess table talk brand related in general.
that's fine.
But I was talking to a friend of mine this Sunday
Hmm.
about how we'll be trying to find some time for dreadful depictions.
Yes.
And turns out my friend, and I never knew this, is passionate about bad movies.
Oh, nice.
And I got a list of I think about 30 or so movies from him, uh,
Awesome.
including movies such as Coronavirus Zombies,
Oh
Dino
no.
Croc versus Super Gator.
Oh yeah, those ones from the Asylum. Yeah.
Yeah, Mega Shark versus Mecha Shark.
Yep. Another Asylum one. Yep.
3, 4, 5, and 6-headed Shark Attack.
Yep. Okay, if it's just Asylum,
Happy Death Day, Ginger Dead Man, Thanksgiving.
Oh god, Ginger Dead Man and Thanksgiving. Oh god.
Then there's one movie that I saw half of on Netflix, In the Long Grass.
That sounds
Um,
familiar. I've not seen it, but
this is probably another Asylum movie, given how unabashedly hype it sounded. But Sharktopus versus Whale-Wolf.
yep, that's another Asylum, I think. Or it's Asylum or Sci-Fi, I don't remember, but I think it's Asylum. Yeah. God, there's so fucking many. Yeah.
Half of these, not gonna lie, if they don't make it onto Dreadful Depictions, will be on my personal to watch list.
That's
Because
fair.
I told them, I'm like, we need to do a movie day, like
that's fair. That's fair.
just a marathon of bad horror movies.
Right. Yeah, there's so many good ones to choose from. There's so many just bad movies to choose from. It's great. Yeah. Look out for that when it comes. But yeah. So let's move on. Now that we've done our little thing on somebody who is smaller who needs a definite bump. We will move on to, here we go. Okay, there's my list. So hey, have you been keeping up with Runesmith?
Yeah, are you gonna do his response to taking 20?
Oh, did he have a response to taking 20?
Maybe it was XP to level 3.
XP to level 3 did a response to Runesmith.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to get the context first with the Runesmith video with just our initial thoughts on his stuff because
Yeah.
XP to level 3
D&D
has
isn't a response to Runesmith. That's what
right.
it was.
Yes. So first we'll watch the Runesmith video. It's only 5 minutes, but he definitely makes some points.
Okay.
And then we
I
can
will
go
say
into Jacob's.
Personally, I disagreed with Runesmith on this one.
Yes, I did too.
And literally all I know about this is that he said D&D is slow, and I go, huh.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know any of his actual points, but I just went, I disagree.
Right. And so basically what I would say is that this feels like a for you video, right? Like in the sense of this is all from his perspective just because this is what he has to deal with, I guess.
So I was gonna say that this is a video that should have in parentheses for me.
Yes,
And
exactly.
then I started thinking to myself, well, I don't want to recommend people start doing that because knowing my luck, people would actually start doing that all over the internet.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then it would become the new, in my personal opinion.
In my opinion, yeah.
And then I just figured I don't want to deal with that, so I won't make the point. But now that you've opened the door,
I had to, because this is the thing, right? Like if it's just an opinion piece, like they're all opinion pieces, right? Everything's an opinion piece, and we can still talk about and debate opinions. That's still a thing. So regardless of what you put,
can be wrong.
Yes, and regardless of what you put, like we can talk about it. We can have a conversation. That doesn't just end. Once I say I don't like this, and you say I do like this, it doesn't stop, right? We can go, why don't you like this? Why do you like this?
No,
and then we talk about it.
That can be a stopping point if it's I don't like strawberry, I like chocolate. Or but then like that.
Then I go, why don't you like strawberry?
I like fruity things.
Sorry.
I like fruity things, and strawberry is not actually fruity. It doesn't taste anything similar to an actual strawberry.
Okay. Like that, it's a further clarification on the point, right? And so it's not just I want to know why you don't like something.
But
right?
It's no longer really a debate at that point.
I'm not.
Like,
it doesn't have. I'm sorry. It doesn't have to be a debate. I mean, discussion. Discussion is all.
Oh yeah, you can discuss opinions, sure.
Yeah, you discussing the opinion or debating an opinion, anything like that. It doesn't stop just from one statement, unless I guess it's unequivocal fact, like gravity exists, right?
Mhm.
Like I can't go, no, it doesn't, because then you'd go, are what? And then I would go, right. Anyway, so he's sponsored by Grim Hollow. That's a thing. We're gonna skip the ad because it's all of the start of the video. It's like it's a ways here.
Oh,
There we go. Okay.
I liked the images that flashed across my screen.
Grim Hollow's really cool. Check it out. Anyway.
Here's an angry video. I have the answer to the title of this video. It's because you overthink it, and you use too many rules. Okay, that's it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Shirts are available out front. Really though, it's true. It's an Occam's razor. I'll openly admit that in 10 out of every 11 games I play, it feels like it goes on way too long, even though nothing ever happens. So I'm gonna break down the slowest parts of a D&D session and then try to provide solutions for them. First things first, the opening. Every DM starts their session by explaining the surroundings, what's happened so far, and where the players currently are, and then they don't make anything happen. Instantly, the players are launched into an open ocean without any means of moving in any direction. Suddenly, we all have to figure out a plan, even though we probably had one when we left off and just forgot. But every party member's differences shine here in a
That's why notes are a
bad
thing.
way.
Yeah,
When
I
they
was
start disagreeing on
So before we get into the second part where he's talking about how everybody's just going to start disagreeing about what to do, so I assume he's being hyperbolic in the yeah, I hope he's being hyperbolic, but secondly, like every time we've done Devils and Dice, right? Boo starts off with recounting what we've done, right? To remind us if we don't remember, or at least he even asks us if we remember what we've done, right?
Yeah.
And so then we get into the headspace of what we were doing and what we are going to do or what we made plans to do. And even if you don't write notes about it, you at least have that option of, okay, this is what we were doing, so we're probably going to go do this again. Or like we made a plan last time of what to do and we're going to go do that, right? Cuz I don't think you are quite literally just jumping in every time at a point where no one had already thought of what to do next, unless it's the very beginning of the game.
I will say I have had a couple moments, or a couple sessions, I should say, wherein I started the session, described like what happened last time and what everyone's plans were, and then finished like the recap and intro, and everyone's still just staring at me, and I'm like, sort of gesturing my hands with, "Well, go."
Right. Well, that's the other thing, right?
But,
As the DM, you kind
like,
of expect that your players know what they're going to be doing, in a way.
yeah, like you can start every session off by like, bam, make something happen, which gets a bit predictable.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say.
And like you can switch, of course, up what those things are, but like, all right, sessions just started, something's happening now.
Right, exactly. And then every
Instead of,
session that
oh,
happens,
what we were doing last time is happening.
right. What happens when you end on a cliffhanger, right? Like, do we just not do that anymore? Like,
Yeah, I don't know. I'll also say, as my players have gotten more like experienced with, after the intro of what's happening, people generally remember what they're doing and then
Yeah.
immediately go about their business. That may involve them splitting up and going different ways in town, which,
Sure.
yes, can be a bit of a pain as a DM to keep track of, but honestly, it's fine.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's not even like that much of an issue, though. You can.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's not. It's just like. So, and then I'll let him make the point because he's going to now. but I also don't agree with this.
in a bad way when they start disagreeing on what to do for the next hour and a half. And that's not really their fault, because they sat down to roleplay, so they're gonna slam down the gas pedal on their character's personality, except their only outlet right now is the other players. Dungeon Masters, please have a direction planned at the start of the session, and let your players know.
So, sorry.
Well,
Okay. So here's the thing, right?
it depends on the campaign.
Yes, that and also before more so before his previous point of the players came here to role play their characters, and it's bad that we don't know what to do, so we're just gonna start talking and disagreeing immediately on what to do for an hour and a half. Now again, there's probably some hyperbole being used, sure. But even so, I think a few minutes of maybe some characters having some inter-party, not necessarily conflict, but even just disagreements, discussion, anything like that. It just kind of adds more to them as a party, and it'll make them more cohesive. It doesn't make them that standard, we're all puppies and we're joined together because we follow each other, right? It actually adds something realistic where you go, why are we here? Why are we even working together? If we're going to debate something, then we're going to like actually talk about it and like figure it out together, and we'll get to some point where either we compromise or people are going to split off and do their own things, right? Yeah. And then either it's going to work out or it's not.
Yeah, so take for instance the campaign I'm in currently, and I just mentioned this because memories of doing this are more fresher than
absolutely
in my campaign.
Using the experience is good.
Yeah, but like and of course it also happens in my campaign, but like I'm literally using a memory from last week for this story.
Yeah.
We literally all go in separate directions when we get back to town. Morty works as a mortician, and because he doesn't want to be a part of the Adventurers Guild, when people get back into town, he goes back to his job and his office where like he lives and makes 1 gold a day. Um and helps teach the child that he adopted how to sew up bodies, because he's like, it's a pretty useful like position to have. You will literally always have a job and you will always have substance. And my last child assistant, who was working at the mortuary for some reason, died because like an evil dude stuck a knife in his back and then started using the child's corpse to like puppet it around and talk through because he had a message for me. So I buried my last child. So Phineas 2, you are on duty.
I love it.
We have Ganassi, that's one of 26 children, and then they go back home and they try to help take care of their younger brothers and sisters.
Sure, yeah, makes sense.
We have someone who's part of like an information guild, and he's there like getting new bullets made and like talking to his father who runs the guild. And then we also have someone who actually, that character pretty much follows the son of the information guild around most of the time. Because they have no family or friends in this city, and they're just like, I go where the party leader goes, I guess, and I also have some attachments to people in that guild.
Sure, why not?
And like people split up, they do their things, and we tell each other in 1 week we meet at the Adventurers Guild at noon, and then everyone just goes, okay, and one by one we go around the table, who does what when, who's working on what. Over the week you have this that happens, it's a little development for your character's little side story and a new hook into the main plot, and then you go cool, and then next character.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't need to be complicated. You just need everyone to be willing to sort of wait their turn.
the other thing that I'll say for my intrigue campaign that I was doing, right?
Mhm.
I never had a plan.
Yeah.
I've said it before. I think I've said it before on the podcast. I had a setting, I had the background events, and whatever the characters did, that was what was going on. I had an overarching thing slightly, right? There was going to be some developments that would help with their shared goal of a better world, quote unquote. Even though they're all evil, they still want to do the land or they want the land to be ruled in a different way, because they're all oppressed in some way, or at least disillusioned with who's in charge, right? And so I would give them things that they could do, and they created things that they could do just from their own personal needs for the character. So I never really needed to worry about what they were gonna do next, because it kind of just all made sense in the direction they were going. And once they got from point A to point B, it was pretty easy for me to go, well, things in here would be like this, and then they would react to that, right?
Yeah, as a result of this has happened.
Yeah.
And then the players are like, "Oh, you set all this up ahead of time," and you're like, "Yeah, no."
Right, exactly. I think I even told them, I was like, you guys do whatever.
No,
I am
dude,
here to
it's
mediate, really.
yeah. Everything that is happening now is the reaction of you guys' machinations.
Yeah,
I am here in the tempest of the world,
yeah,
trying to make sense of it all for you.
exactly. I was doing a lot of the heavy lifting to just make it work. And I was just like, yes, this is fine. I don't have to worry too much about an overarching story. I have these seeds in here that if you find them, they will naturally become more of the overarching story, because this is
Mhm.
things that will help you in your goals, right? Because your
Yes.
goal is to depose the king, to stop this, what you perceived as tyranny or the war or anything, like whatever you want to do. That is
You
the
had
story.
you had a setting and the players wanted to do something because they wanted to change something about the setting,
Exactly.
and as such, th that point that connects the two lines of "I don't like the king" to "the king is gone"
Yes.
is the story, and
Exactly.
as such, providing tools along that way is helping provide chapters, so to speak, for the
Yes.
story.
And obviously, it's one of those things where I'm being fair in the point of, yes, you are exceptional, and you're going to encounter resistance probably if you make yourself too known, but that's the point of the intrigue. How
Yes.
devious can you be, right?
Mhm. Can
Um
I pay someone to lead a raid on, a caravan?
exactly. That was the whole thing. And so again, not really much of a plan. I just go and look at my notes and go, what did they do last? Okay. And then they
Mhm.
go, and then I go,
How the world has changed, and
yeah.
then you go, "Okay."
And then I go, all right, so last time this is what you did. What do you do now? And they go, well, and then I go, sick. It's again, it's not that hard to set that up. And what I will say is that if you're talking about newer players, I guess, right? Like newer players might not have the inspiration to figure out they want to do, right?
Mhm.
Um
Or they just have paralysis of choice.
exactly. That as well. So what but the thing is, you still have, I would assume, after the first session, you at least have something there for them to latch onto. Like, whether it's an NPC, whether it's the actual plot, whether it's this side quest thing that you've just put that was just flavor, anything is there that they will go. I would assume somebody would go, I just want to visit the blacksmith because I like him,
Yeah.
right? And then you go, okay.
It depends how invested they are, as with all things in
Well,
D&D,
that's what I'm
though.
saying. Like you've gotten to this point of, you've given them something, hopefully, that they can go, all right, I want to do this, potentially. And again, I'll say it again. Yes, could be that they're paralyzed with choice. It could be that they are new and just don't have that drive, or they're just not invested. Yeah, they could just not be invested enough. And in that case, I would go, okay, well then you poke them a bit, right? You make sure they're still alive.
Yeah, you hit them with the old so and so. What's your character doing?
Right, exactly, and that then gets them to go,
which is fun.
Yes, it is. But again, so Logan, my man, it sucks that you're in so many sessions like this. I be the change you want to see in your sessions, I guess. Like, prompt your party into doing things by having your character want to do things, maybe. That's my first suggestion, I guess. Just because it feels like you could, and I'm not saying you need to. If your DM already is like getting you going and stuff, you don't need to, do anything to stop him or help him. But like, if you think that that's a thing, you could pipe up with I think my character would want to go to the blacksmith, or I think my character would want to go hunting for now, or something.
Maybe you need to start with a prompt to get your players invested, Logan, but I'm fine.
Right. I'm not trying to be like that, right? I'm just trying to figure out a way that it works. It helps you and also gets you more I guess invested in the story or invested in the world. Because I don't know how this is a thing unless you are, again, not invested. You're a newer player and you're just paralyzed with choices. You can't choose for some reason or another, or that's the same thing twice, I guess. And then you don't take your own notes, or you don't have a goal that you set before in the last session. These are 4 different things, or 3 different things technically, that could be a problem, and I would love to know what it is that you're actually having to deal with here, specifically, because I don't know if DM preparation is entirely fair to ultimately criticize in this case. Because yes, in some cases, sure, I can imagine that being a thing where they are, I guess, the driving force for your entire story, where they have to start you going. And again, if that's the case, like we said before, it's predictable, and then it kind of loses its drive every now and again, because then you just go, all right, DM, what are we doing today? Right, so
it becomes more by the books.
Yes, exactly. It's less of a game and more DM, tell me what I'm doing so I can do it, and then we can go home. Right? It's really weird. It's like a job at that point. It's weird.
All right, guys, here's your assignment for today.
Yeah, exactly. So I would love to know specifically if any of what I've said applies, or if it's something entirely different, or if it really is just the dungeon master being unprepared entirely.
The session. Let your players know immediately what it is. Don't have them figure it out. This isn't a mystery, and you're not making it interesting by being
Unless
quiet.
It is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, what if it is? What if the whole point is that they are in a mystery?
All right, guys, there's a serial killer in town.
So
go.
So, yeah, so
go fix.
My example would be okay, so in the last session you found a body, and it seems strikingly similar to a body that you found a week ago, right? You found that out via your dice rolls and stuff. So what do you do? What are you doing today? What? That was a thing that happened last session. All right, what are you gonna do? Right, and then it's oh no, so this is obviously a mystery.
Maybe. Maybe not.
It could not, right? It could not be a mystery. Maybe it's just some coincidence. Do you take it as the mystery? Do you like? You've given them something still. I don't know.
The beginning session is the tutorial. The
What?
least you can do is let them know that they can press A to jump. Now
What?
So wait.
So okay. Okay, sorry.
Maybe
So
this is too big brain for me.
right.
But is he saying like, all right, guys, you can roll? Do you have fucking loading screens with player hints, Logan?
Right? Okay, so what do you mean here? Because what I'm getting from this is that without any prompting whatsoever, no one will do anything in your sessions. In which case, I don't understand. How is that possible? Right? Like, just, and again, the start of the session is the tutorial. I'm sorry, I don't like going through a tutorial multiple times in the same, like, every time just to do something. It's a very weird analogy to make. Because, like, hell, Far Cry, and I'll bring a video game into this since you have, Far Cry Blood Dragon made fun of this. In the sense of, in the very beginning, you go through a tutorial, but your character's just like, fuck, I already know how to do all this. And then you just keep going through tutorial screen after tutorial screen, right?
Mm.
And if it's like that every start of your session, so in the same way somehow, I don't get that. Does your party forget between sessions how to play D&D? What role playing is, or anything? Like, what are you doing? What do you mean? Maybe the full context will help here. I'm sorry.
Sure.
they can press A to jump. Now that the session is off to an actual start, the fun part happens. Everyone gets to interact with the world, the story, and each other in meaningful ways that isn't just bickering. And
Keep going.
Okay.
eventually, because this is D&D, that leads to combat. And no matter how well planned combat was, the game still comes to a massive halt when everyone rolls initiative.
Okay, he's going to his second point. I know this is his second point. So what he's saying is you need to poke them so that they start playing.
Mm-hmm. And then combat happens that makes it so they stop.
Right. So, and again, I think this is a separate point. So let's address the first one at least. We've already done so mostly. You don't, unless you really like, is bickering between each other, if it's even bickering, is having your characters interact, is that not already starting the game? Are you not already playing D&D? Having characters talk?
I thought
Role play?
so.
Right? And again, that's apparently the issue where it bogs down everything. So, when is it okay to have this happen? When is it okay for my characters to then... Is it after we've started talking... Or, sorry, after we've started the quest? Once we've taken the objective, like we've talked to the quest giver, and then he's like, okay, go. And then, right after, can we disagree? Can we start having this conversation of how we think we should take care of this quest? Is that okay? Or does that also bog it down too much? When am I supposed to be able to roleplay?
I think that's also bogging it down too much.
Okay, all right. So when am I allowed to roleplay if my character disagrees? Right? Like that's what this boils down to a little bit. It's just, when is it okay, Logan? Tell
When
me.
you disagree in how you do it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So it has to. Right? Like,
And only if it's something minor.
right. Oh, so I'm sorry. Is there a limit to how? Oh no, there is a limit to how long this can
Yeah,
take.
because otherwise it'll bog it down.
Right. So how long is that limit? Is it a minute? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 10 minutes?
All right. So see, generally, here's what I do. Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Most people in my campaign split up pretty happily and go off and do their own things,
Okay.
or they'll pair up because it's like, oh hey, you're going to the magic item shop. I'm also going to the magic item shop.
Sure. Yeah.
And then, oh hey, wait, you're going to the antique store after? Yeah, sure, I'll join you along. Like like most groups of friends tend to do.
Sure.
You arrive somewhere and like there are times when you all decide to dogpile every single location at
Yeah.
the same time. And then there's some times where it's like, hey, we're at the mall, we have like 45 minutes to kill. I'm going off and doing this, and it's like, sure, I'll join you on
Yeah.
that.
Exactly.
Um, and in the scenario wherein the party has decided, no, we are sticking together and exploring every single shop sequentially,
Mhm.
and they can't decide which shop order they want to do, I usually let it go for about 5 minutes or so.
Mhm.
And then I say, "Hey, you guys know that had you just decided to pick a shop, you already would have been like 3/4 of the way done through the first shop by now, right?"
Sure. Yeah.
And then they'll say, "Yeah, sure." And then I'll say, "And if you guys can't reach a decision, why don't you just roll a d6?"
Yeah. You can speed it
And
up.
then they go, "Yeah, that makes sense." And I say, "Cool, someone roll."
Yeah. Again, you can do the prompt. So like, and I personally have like more patience for this kind of stuff. I'll let it play out because I like seeing the character reactions to each other or interactions, excuse me. Um, because it again, I feel like it's more then they know each other better, right? Once they get to a point where if they have a disagreement or something, they understand why, right? Or
Mhm.
they don't need to disagree as much because they know how each other thinks, more so
Yeah.
because of all this conversation that they've had. Then it means in future they won't disagree as much, or maybe they will, just because of how the characters are. It just
I think in general, it's been quite a while since I've played in a campaign where people are actually paralyzed by choice.
right, exactly. Yeah, it has been a while for me too, but again, I haven't played with many newer people. That's the only difference that I have.
And
Um,
newer people also tend to just gravitate toward the experienced players, and they'll
yes,
say, "I'm following him," and then you say, "Okay, cool. At least we know what you're doing."
absolutely. So yeah, again, if you have to prompt, you can, but it's not entirely necessary, and it,
Find something that works for your table, I guess. In
yeah,
general, though, I don't think this is relevant to most tables I've ever played at.
right,
So, with
exactly.
my admittedly small sample size, I'm going to stake a claim and say that this probably isn't relevant to most tables.
And I would back that up at least with my experience, right? So anyway, combat makes you go to a halt. Let's get to this point. Woo!
Sure, it's iconic, but only because of how often it happens. I personally really don't like the initiative structure, and turn-based combat is naturally much slower than the actual fight. D&D combat feels like XCOM if you give everyone one character and then the Dungeon Master controls 8 other characters but doesn't use any strategy. I don't have a great solution for this, because
You're assuming
They,
again that strategy isn't being used by your dungeon master. Um,
yeah.
so and sometimes that can be the case. I'll give you that.
If it's something like wolves have their own strategy that they tend
Yeah,
to do. If it's something like bandits
yeah.
who may be using like something very specific or something like,
I
nah.
I find this point very interesting because he has a video himself that talks about using strategy for your monsters, I believe.
Yeah. I
So
will always and forever until the end of my days tout the monsters know what they're doing.
yes, yeah, exactly. There's many resources for that at least. So if you think that your DM might benefit from that, then show them those. Absolutely, they are quite helpful. Um, but okay, and he'll go into the initiative system, I believe. If you don't like it, that's fair. Personal taste, that's fine.
I think yes, it's slow, but like I don't know another way to do it
So
well.
so he'll bring up something interesting, which I think is like it'll help with understanding his point of it, but I also don't agree with it. Um, but yeah. Again, if it was just a personal thing, then sure, do it however you'd like. That's fine.
It's a core mechanic, but let me speed it up a tad. First, stop using initiative rolls. You're married to them now, but they're abusive and they're lazy. Put the ring down, walk out the door, and try to experience new relationships. Broaden your horizons, try other systems, put the D4 up your butt, or take the initiative modifier and add 10 to it for everybody. That way, right when combat starts, the fastest guys go the fastest. That makes sense. It feels better, but it is less random, but it's faster, so it's better. If people have the same score, let them decide at the start of combat who goes first. But still, during combat, you
Okay, so before we go too far away from that, faster, I guess for you would be better. Yes. If you have an issue with the combat system, being too slow.
It can make designing encounters easier on the DM side.
I suppose, yeah.
Like I have a page in my notes that is all of the characters in the campaign and things like AC, HP, passive perception, all
Mhm.
of their ability scores, gold, and what they do on their average attack.
Mhm.
Um, I have stat blocks basically
Right,
for
yeah.
all of.
Like I would usually ask for people's character sheets and they would send them to me and then I would just refer to those, right? Like that's
Yeah, yeah. Except like what I can fit the most all of a character sheet in like 4 lines.
that's fair. Yeah.
Um, and it would make things easier if I go, okay, I will make this monster have this monster have this initiative, this
Mhm.
monster have this initiative, and then you can boom, bah, a bunch of goblins jump out of the bushes, and then it goes goblin paladin, goblin barbarian,
Sure.
goblin warlocks, stuff like that, and you can have that sort of like that tenseness during the first round of the combat of oh shit, who's going next?
Mhm. You could,
So
yeah.
like, yeah, it can work, and
Yeah.
I might keep it in mind. I don't know if I'll use it necessarily, but
So
like
so
I've thought of doing some similar things, but I like this more.
yeah, so my initial reaction is the variation uh on the initiative is interesting. Um because it can in fact characterize some enemies. Um if they're all the same, like your goblin example, then say one gets a natural one, and that goblin is definitely slower than the rest in the sense of
Yes.
just reactions and stuff. And maybe he's a little clumsy because of it, or a bunch of different things happen because of this random stat that has now been rolled, right? It kind of characterizes how that goblin will act. Whereas the one who got the natural 20, fucking best goblin you've ever
Yeah,
seen.
yeah. He's the try hard.
Yeah, he is their leader and you know it, right? Unless you've already
Um,
picked out what leader it is, he is the true leader. Like
it,
some
yeah, because he's the one that everyone will be focusing.
exactly, right?
Because for some reason, people always rush to be at the very, very top of the initiative order, despite the fact that mathematically, except for the first round of combat, it makes no real difference.
The
Um,
only difference that I would say is just in terms of like a healer, right? seeing how things
Yes.
go, right?
Mhm.
So it makes you more informed. But again, it does matter because it then influences the spells that you might use, like the choices that you have because of your initiative order are changed if it's static every time.
Mhm.
And you again, yes, you have it easier to come up with strategies, right? That are determined based on how fast you go. But you can still do that with a random initiative. It's just that you hold actions more, right?
Mhm.
So again, kind of
That
easy to do.
actually brings me to a point I would have of I would like to see
Mhm.
a combat system that properly like reflects the hectic chaos of combat
Yeah.
by making it such that like say for instance you roll for initiative every round and then like sometimes you go quick and sometimes you go slow
Hmm.
and like you roll low one round and you roll high the next so it just in the combat it feels more like your fighter is just popping off for
Sure.
some reason but there's two main flaws with that,
Hmm.
despite how cool it sounds. And the first of which is there are a lot of spells that have effect times of until the end of your next turn or until the beginning of your next turn.
Right.
And you would totally have to revamp those and rebalance those for the new
Yes.
situation.
Absolutely.
The second issue is boy oh boy, if you think rolling initiative is bad now, try doing it every round.
Yeah, that would. I feel like that would be way too much. Yeah. Um, what I would say actually for that would be, you roll initiative initially, and then every round your DM rolls an initiative modifier, right? So then, like basically the party or the monsters, it depends on what the DM's feeling at the time, but the party or the monsters gets a modifier that makes them go faster or slower.
Hmm. Okay, yeah.
It's just a way to make it less like rolling every time for everyone, right? It's just
Mhm.
one roll, and then like I don't know how well it would work. I'm just spitballing now.
So are you saying like do heads or tails? Heads are party, tails is monsters, and then roll a d6, and then that amount is added to their initiative score.
Something like that, sure.
Mm. It would still have the problem of kind of screwing over wizards that are like
Yeah,
relying
and
on
for that I would say whenever they did it on that initiative is when it stops.
that initiative count.
Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, since you're essentially moving and like shifting a whole set of initiative
Mhm.
plus or minus that turn, y- you're going to constantly be recalculating the order, and as
Yes.
such, you risk forgetting, um, uh, like forgetting like, oh, Goblin 3 didn't move,
Yep.
or the Warlock was forgot that
Yeah,
round.
and again, it's not an elegant solution. It's definitely like I'm just spitballing to try to help you out with your thing.
Yeah, I don't know something. I'm at this point in time. I'm probably just gonna start doing what Runesmith recommended
Sure.
and looking at other systems.
Yeah, sure. That's fair enough. And again, I that's fair. Do whatever you want with your system. Um but yeah, I don't know about personally for me in this D&D system doing that. I feel like the the personality that you can then ascribe to your monsters or just something to just make it more of a memorable-ish fight, it loses some of that, I would say.
Mm.
You can have too many players and too many enemies. What you want to do is essentially cut as much fat from combat as you can, and don't keep secrets that you don't need to. Let players know armor classes, use
What?
average damage rolls, make similar enemies all act at the same time, and a very big one.
Whoa, okay, wait. So,
So I'm actually of two opinions on this one, right?
okay, please.
It is not hard as a player to know what the enemy's AC is
No, it's not.
when you roll a 16 and you hear that misses, and when you hear the DM say on an 18, oh, that hits.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
think to yourself, okay, AC is 17.
Very easy.
That being said, I'm not going to start out, and I don't know if he's necessarily recommending this,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not going to start out a combat encounter and say, okay, there's a winter wolf with an AC of 14.
Right. Yeah, it feels
So
weird.
that people just go, okay, well, AoE that thing, I guess.
Yeah, right? Like, so part of the strategy that you have as a spellcaster, at least, is using either a targeted spell or a saving throw spell or an AoE. If you it
Which is
then
usually a saving throw spell.
sorry, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right. So sorry, targeted spell or AoE, sorry, saving throw spell. You have the two options, and and then once you immediately say, oh, it's this, then your spellcaster goes, okay, cool, I guess it's very easy for me to hit this, or okay, cool, it's very hard for me to hit this with my targeted spell, I need to use saving throw spells.
Burning hands it is.
Right, exactly. Like, it makes it so that you've then started just deciding what the player is going to do for them in a way. And I think part of the combat experience is going through figuring out weaknesses and all that kind of stuff. And with AC, yes, eventually your players will understand, and that kind of works with how combat is. Like, you're kind of trying to get to know your enemy in a way and find their weaknesses. And so once they start knowing what the AC is, they then go, okay, I rolled a hit. Okay, I don't hit. Like, it then starts speeding up the combat once they figure it out, because then they just go, oh, I don't hit with a 2 and my modifier is plus 10. Like, there's no way I hit with that. Or, like, you know, they get just at a 15 and they go, shit, it's a 16, so I don't hit, right? So you don't have to worry about calling for a check, in the sense, or you don't have to worry about them asking the DM every time, do I hit? And then them going, no. And then them going, okay, I don't hit.
Yeah, like, I have let players know AC before,
Yeah,
when they had been fighting something for a while, and I've had the
exactly.
AC, like, told to me when we were fighting something, and I didn't feel like I was losing something in that encounter or gaining anything in particular,
Yeah.
because I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, or I could have paid attention for 3 rolls and find out the same information.
Exactly. It
I
makes
I I would say let players know AC, but with the caveat of don't be forthcoming about it.
yes, exactly. Have them able to figure it out first.
Because I am still very much the type of guy that when one player is like hunching over their computer and they're going, "Oh, what AC is it?" I'm like, "You don't fucking know that. Don't
Yeah,
metagame."
exactly. Right.
Um, average damage rolls. I have a thought on
Okay.
that,
Please.
and that it's you should absolutely roll for your damage
Mm-hmm.
because being in combat is so much more tense
Mm-hmm.
when you don't know what is going to happen next.
Yes.
If you just think to yourself, okay, maybe it hits me, and if it does, I'll take 13 points of damage, versus like, dude, if it hits me, like
I
I
could
can
take 32.
hear, yeah,
Right.
I can hear 3d6 being rolled.
Yep.
It's like I know what that sounds like.
Right. Yeah.
But, like, maybe it'll do 5 points of damage, maybe it'll do a total of 24 after modifiers,
Yeah.
like,
Exactly.
eh,
It
um,
like
and,
taking.
like,
Oh, sorry. Go on.
as someone who is playing a paladin, a character who is very much the epitome of, "Do I attack or heal this round?"
Yeah.
Like, that's spooky.
Yeah.
Make similar enemies act together, I find a bit more okay, especially if you're dealing with a lot of, like, chaff
Oh,
enemies.
absolutely. Yeah.
So for instance, right, in my campaign, there is, we're gonna be having a new player join us,
Mm-hmm.
and he wants to play a summoner.
Okay.
Which
Cool.
I'm immediately like, "Ah, fuck, that's way more stuff to take care of in
Yep.
initiative." Because he's like, "Hey, I want to summon 8 wolves." And
That's
I
fair.
go, "Fucking of course you do."
Yeah.
And I was just thinking today, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have those 8 wolves count as a large creature that take up a 10 by 10
It's a
square.
swarm now.
And yes, yeah, no, I said that as actually I was talking to the warlock today, and I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, his pack of wolves is going to be a swarm of
Yeah.
wolves. It is going to take like when it takes 25% damage, it will lose not only like its hit points, obviously,
But
but
a few
also
wolves.
it will lose the max damage that it can perform that round.
Sure. Yeah.
And like you can heal it, sure, but
Mhm.
it will only ever go back up to that like percentage
Yeah. Absolutely.
of like going like if he has 8 wolves in 12.5% increments
Mhm.
or 25% increments or
Mhm.
whatever. And I was also thinking like this is also very useful in allowing enemies to seem like a threat. Like, yeah, you see the giant you're fighting bring down his club and just smash 2 wolves to paste.
Yeah. Sure.
Um, and like I've not mentioned it to my player yet, but I'm told him like, dude, I'm not keeping track of like a total of 10 more things on initiative.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be like, oh, Mr. DM man, why are you stifling my creativity and not allowing me to send out 2 wolves to each to 4 targets? No.
Sure.
I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's it's one of those things where I would say for that at least you go
ooh, my friend has seen my message and is currently typing.
good. So more stories at 8. So what I would say is I usually like to use the whole enemies act together when they are similar anyway. Like just because having if I have a very large fight of a lot of things, grouping them up to act on the same initiative just makes it so much easier for me. So
Mhm.
again, I agree with this point at least because of that, because otherwise, like you said, you're keeping track of fucking 10 other things and you're just like,
Yeah.
oh my god. And but to be fair to myself, I usually
Ah!
okay, wait, let me finish my point. I usually would
Sorry, that was just a reaction.
oh no, okay, I'm excited, hold on. Okay, so
Oh.
so again, for that kind of situation though, I would be different because I would allow them to use the wolves in different ways. Like if he sends 2 at something, 2 at something else, 2 at something else, like they all go on the same initiative, you roll all the damages and stuff. It's just I'm not gonna keep track. Like you tell me where they are and that's really all I need to work. Like how much damage do they do if they hit, like all that stuff, fine, we're done. Like if
Mhm.
you want to keep track of it, you keep track of it. I don't have to worry about that shit as much.
Especially too, because like, fuck, dude, if I ever throw an AOE spell at that, I'm not rolling 8 saving throws. They can either all pass or all fail.
That's fair too. Yeah, again, I think I would be more
Oh.
lenient with it. So let me just go over to the
Um.
other screen here because this is not about this video.
Mhm.
Tell me about
Um.
response, please.
So I actually just have something I wanted to add to
Oh,
that real quick,
okay,
and
go
it
for it.
was that oh, um given that this is technically a nerf to my summoner player,
Yeah,
um I am also intending on giving them a little something in return,
sure.
namely in the fact that since the wolves pack tactics are being taken away,
Yeah.
I intend on giving that to the player of like, if you are within 5 feet of the swarm of wolves,
Ooh.
you will also gain advantage on your attack rolls.
Oh, that's neat.
You're summoning them, and thus it's a bit more believable to think that you are a bit more mentally in sync with them,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
as such, you can behave as if you were part of the pack.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Um,
I'm ready, I think.
my message. Hey, the children in your campaign, were they a gift to the party or more to you? Also, how does the child cast Meteor Swarm? And does the child also calculate damage on the Meteor Swarm all fucky? And
Mhm.
then she said what we already knew, which is so apparently the all fucky spell damage is because of a magic item? Question mark. And I said, yes, but I was curious if the child also does it. And she says, I have no fucking clue how they do it. They just do. And then I said, because the children are gods, apparently. And she said, and this is what got me to go, ah,
Uh-huh.
the two goblin children can cast spells at level 20 because, so I said, how old are the children?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, like 13 at the oldest. My DM said that because of the powerful magic, they grow up more quickly, though they live the same life. I found them as wrapped up in a blanket babies, and now and spend of 2 in-game months they are teenagers. Just because. To which I shall ask her, does the party as a whole
Control.
take care of them slash control them,
Like,
or
is it you?
is that or are they essentially just
Yours.
2 more magic items for you?
Yeah. Cause first off, um, okay, so, I don't know how goblins work in your world. That's fine. They can be however old, but
Goblins typically do have short
yeah, I was
lifespans.
gonna say like they
They're,
usually don't get
they're
past like 13 anyway. Um,
I was gonna say,
because they're
well,
they're usually either
they're
killed or they
they're
just
they are
yeah.
a few months old and are the equivalent of 13-year-old children.
Right, so in a few more months they'll be elderly goblins.
Well, in a few more months, they'll be in their prime.
Right, yeah, that's true.
And then a year after that, they will ascend into godhood.
Yeah, okay. So, just because is just a no, Mr. DM man. I'm sorry. I can't accept just because unless this is a plot hook or if I ask the children why
Oh,
and they just
trust
go,
me, I've got an idea of like the basic plot that they have,
"Uh-huh."
and it is not a plot hook.
Ooh, okay. So So, Mr. DM, man, I'm sorry, but if I ask these children why they can do this and they go, then I go, where did you come from? And they go, and then I go, how the fuck?
The DM controls the children as NPCs, which is what I thought and was hoping.
Right, that doesn't answer the question though, because they are literally following her and the party. Can they be issued commands by the party?
I would imagine so,
I would
as
hope so.
would any NPC.
That's the thing, right? I don't know.
Celestion is the other god she worships, which again also unfamiliar with.
I don't know that one. Yeah.
Celestion, god.
Mistra is
Uh,
from Mystara. Please.
Celestian, the far wanderer, is the god of stars, space, astronomy, and wanderers in the Greyhawk D&D setting.
So,
Celestian is effectively a permutation of the Roman god at Caelus or Caelus.
oh, okay.
A
So
name
the
derives from the sky or heavens.
god of
Celestian
travelers.
travels through the multiverse, with the astral plane, the ethereal plane, and the inner planes being some of his favorite locations to wander through.
So the
He
god of
appears as a
travelers.
tall, middle-aged man, and yes,
Like, so you worship Bahamut, the god of
uh,
travelers.
she worships the actual god of travelers, the
Right.
kind of god of travelers, but not really.
And then
Yeah, god
magic
of good, god of
goddess.
the magic, and god of the astral plane slash traveling.
Justice, law, dragons as well. Like that's Bahamut.
Oh, one of the gods of dragons.
Yes, but sorry, the god of good dragons, I guess.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. He's a god to the evil dragons too. They just hate him.
Right. That's true. Huh.
Hold
Okay.
on. I'm going to send her. Let's see.
What an
In
interesting.
everything you've seen in your campaign,
Uh-huh.
what is the single most fucky thing you've encountered?
Okay.
Be it rules, a monster, or something that just kinda floored you. Do you have a question for her?
Um. How do you how do you how do you not question this? Has she questioned the children? Has she questioned why the children
Uh,
exist? Basically,
has she questioned the children and why they exist?
because that will
I
answer.
think the answer to both of those is I do and yes, but we'll see.
I hope so.
Um,
In that case, I would go. How do you deal with this? And then my question after
uh,
that is, what is your
two
opinion in writing?
first is mine.
Like, I wow.
I said two questions. First is mine, and everything you've seen in your campaign.
Yeah,
What is the single most fucky thing you've encountered? Be it rules, a monster, or something that just kind of floored you.
yeah,
Also, a question for my friend: how do you not question this? And then has she questioned the children and why they exist?
yeah. Cause like, and also you as a person. like, it's just I would imagine she does because she told you about them and she doesn't seem to be.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
she tells everyone who will listen about, hey guys, guess how fucked up this is.
Okay. Like, yeah.
No, no one is as aware as her about
Okay.
how messed up this is.
Good. Because like, fuck me. How? Yeah. I just hope that it ties into being a plot point or something, because otherwise you've just been traveling around as gods with gods. Um, and I don't see how you could ever lose to anything. So where are the stakes?
I don't think she does. Yeah.
You know,
We
like I sorry, sorry listeners. It's just one of those things that it's just this is uh, again, if you have fun with it, that's fine, and you can just tell me I don't fucking care, it's fun. And then I go, "Okay." But I
yeah.
will still wonder because I'm sure that I could have fun in such a setting, maybe.
Yeah.
Let me
I
think
want
about that.
to know more and think of how it could possibly be semi justified
No, I
in
like
order for
possibly.
me to Yeah, you're welcome. Uh
Anyway, sorry.
uh how it can pizza possibly be described.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh so
I
that I can hope to one day to have fun in a setting like this.
Right. Yeah, if this is a shut your brain off kind of thing, then I can't do it. I'm sorry. Just I like, and I'm if you have fun with it and stuff and you recognize that this is I need to just not question it, then I'm like, yeah, okay. That's fine. But for me, I can't not question this.
I I so regret too because like it turns out I apparently met her DM like a few days ago
Oh?
and I didn't know that that was her DM until like after he left and she's like, "Oh yeah, no, that was my DM." And I'm like, "Why did you not tell me this?"
Yeah,
Oh, the stories that could have been.
right? You could have gotten so much more
I
information.
I am burning with curiosity.
Yeah. Um Is she answering, or should we move on?
She is still typing.
Oh. All right.
Still typing.
So let's take.
She has been typing since I first said possibly.
Let's take an intermission then, because I gotta piss, and hopefully
Yeah, that's
we'll...
good. So do I.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll have a letter by the time we're back.
Oh boy. Is there still typing, or is there a message?
No, there is a message.
Okay, so welcome back. First,
welcome.
Please.
So she just responded.
Mm-hmm.
In everything I have seen, it would have to be the Sorcerer's Cloak. It gives him either a +10 or a +12 to his attacks and damage. This happens per die. 68 plus 17? Nah, fam. 68 plus 12 times 6 plus 5. I have absolutely questioned my DM in a very WTF, why did you create this monstrosity?
Good. Okay. Alright. Right. Okay. Does the character, though, as well, is the question. Because okay, so, and they've witnessed this child use Meteor Swarm. Yes?
I don't know if they have or not.
Okay. So if they haven't, then it makes sense that they haven't questioned it yet, I guess.
Or has the DM just...
has the party also not questioned, like, in the sense of in character? Have the characters not questioned each other and, like, maybe somebody who knows magic more than they do, which I can't see who could, as to why they are growing so fast, and in addition, if they have seen the power.
She has witnessed the child use Meteor Swarm.
Okay, so have the party gone to a magic man to ask questions about these children, these goblin children, because, man, oh man, that's the first thing I'd want to do. Like, unless they are being railroaded, in which case, oof.
Also, does the party not question the fact that you are gods, or the fact that the goblin can cast a 20th level? Oh, it casted on a lich. Which is weird.
Okay. Yeah,
That
but have they gone to somebody?
Actually, you know what? You know what, though? I was just gonna say, like, it's really weird that they would take a child to an area where a lich is, and then I remembered, oh, right, the child's a god.
Yeah, the children are gods. It's fine. They're fine. It's fine. But no, I mean, like, talk to somebody who knows magic real good.
The party take the child to a pediatrician or a mage to
she should just come on the show at this point. Like,
up.
I have so many questions.
If you want, like, I can see if she'd be willing to come on.
Sure. Yeah, I have so many questions. If she's willing to remind her that it's recorded and stuff.
The show.
Like,
we are in a call now, and I can add you.
Yeah, she doesn't have to. She doesn't want to, like, actually be publicly on the show, but fuck me, I need to know things. I need to hear her reactions and stuff too. I need to hear the disbelief as well. You know, like,
she says she can't at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's one of those things where I would love to hear stories every now and again, you know? Just told so I can then ask questions about things, and then this seems like a fun treasure trove of crazy shit.
Yeah, she says if it wasn't 10:46, I would.
That's fair. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we're a late show. Okay. That's fine. All right.
We're just discussing your campaign.
Just as a tangent. Really,
Yeah,
just as a
a
tangent.
video mentioned homebrew, and it's a huge tangent.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's let's get back to what we were doing, huh?
They did not take him to a pediatrician.
Good. Well, great. What about a magic man?
Currently typing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Once we learn that, let's put a pin in it.
Yeah.
Because this is a whole fucking episode.
She said we instead took.
Mhm.
Do you want? I cannot tell you this and allow there to be a pin in it, or I can tell you something that'll raise like 3 questions.
Please. All right, 3 more questions. Let's go. Fuck it.
She said we instead took them to Garfield.
Okay.
A level
Hmm.
20, a level 20 warlock that can pretty much do anything, get anything, and make anything.
Okay. All right. So it's their dressed. I get you.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was imagining an orange cat, but
Well, yeah. I tried not to. So I tried to put it
I
into
was
something that I
imagining
could comprehend. You know.
cursed comics of
Mhm.
Garfield.
Yeah, no, that's why I was trying to put it into something that I could comprehend and actually wrap my brain around, and not something that would lead me to existential horror.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he is our general goods store and an owner of IKEA. By the way,
Mhm.
so I do know that they also said that they had harnessed, or they had talked to 3 of the 4 elemental earth spirits.
Oh, as you do.
And made friends with them.
As you do.
And then apparently the child, after casting Meteor Swarm on the Lich, later on cast Earthquake on a forest spirit. Oh,
As-
and apparently the general goods store is both IKEA and Costco.
As you do.
Yes. So yeah, it's dressed.
In a way, yeah. Okay. Cool. Except now I usually have dressed make things and take a while now because it's more realistic. Cool. I do have more questions, but again, I think I'm going to make the executive decision to put a pin in it.
Yep. Okay, as you do.
Because fuck, that'll be a spiral, and again, a whole nother discussion. All right. Yep. Thank her, by the way. If you watch this, thank you.
Info, dude.
Uh,
rest assured, you have killed my friend's brain.
It does hurt.
He says it hurts.
Okay. All right. So,
shall I leave the invitation for the coming on the show open?
Yeah, that's fine. We can totally do that. Some point we can just talk.
If you want to come on the show and share your experiences,
just everything really. It's just fun. It's just a whole lot of fun. And also my brain wants to melt.
Invitation is open.
Oh, okay.
When it's up, she requests the link when it's up so that she can hear the reaction.
Absolutely. She can have it. Anyway, let's move on. Back to what Runesmith was saying, that is not hurting my brain as much. So I can deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So continuing on from I never talked about my thing on the use average damage rolls. I agree with everything you said. There we go.
Okay.
Cool.
Same time, the very big one. Let players combine their turns. completely remove the help action and instead have people coordinate their stuff for Avengers-style combo moves. It's also really good.
Okay, that can work.
You could, I guess.
I would say at higher level it would work a bit better.
Y-
Um,
yeah, because the high level play is much more of a slog, and everyone can attest to that.
although it can be cool for doing things like tabletopping people.
Yeah, yeah.
Which granted, can be done with rules as is.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. With the whole holding your action thing, absolutely can be done.
Yeah.
Um,
And then of course, like, make sure you balance it by making it so that, like, if two players, like one with an initiative count of 13 and one with an initiative count of 4,
yeah,
want to do a team up, then they both have to go on 4.
yeah, absolutely. It's very easy to do in rules as written. Like you can do that.
Oh no,
Mhm.
sorry, go on.
Okay. Uh,
We put a pin in it.
that makes me want to know. So sorry, sorry, Logan. If you ever see this, I might actually send this just to have him see it because I do think it's important for him to see this one at least because super disagree with a lot of the stuff he's saying.
Which is weird too because we typically agree with him super
Yes,
well.
exactly. I don't want to send him videos that we are just going, yeah, right. Anyway, so
Logan, you're so cool.
right, yeah, I really like what you do. Anyway,
Yeah, even really weirdly enough, Runesmith is actually one of the D&D channels that I actually like super like stand for. And I'm
sure.
like, hey, you guys should check out like Runesmith. He's like really good.
Yeah,
But like, let this be a testament that no matter how much I like a channel, I'm not afraid to disagree with them hard.
as you should. So
As XP to level 3 did.
yes, which we have disagreed with many a time, but we also enjoy still. Sometimes. Anyway, so I've forgotten what I was going to say other than
Combining turns.
yes, that it can be done via rules as written, and it's really not that hard to make it work. And especially if your players decide that they want to start working on team up kind of things, then that can happen. I haven't seen it myself, other than piggybacking off what somebody does in the round before they come up. You know,
Yes.
that's when I see the team up kind of stuff because they don't really coordinate beforehand because usually they're like, it'll go to shit, you know.
Like in general too, even a lot of the help action can be reflavored as like getting down behind someone and getting
Yeah.
down on your hands and knees, and then the next action they make a shove thing
Yeah.
and just make the result better.
Quite literally, yeah. If you reflavor it however you want, and also if you take away that, you've taken away. Now that I think about it, there is for mastermind rogues, they get I think at it's either 3rd level or 6th level. I think it's 3rd level. They get the ability to use the help action as a bonus action from 30 feet away, anytime.
Shit.
It's really fucking because they're a mastermind and they're able to assist other people in order to make it so that they point out like this is their weakness, go for them now, you know, all this kind of stuff because that's their whole class. So you take that away, what do they got? I mean, they still have being able to listen to a person talk for a minute and be able to sound like they're from the same place. As well as more languages and some other stuff, but it's really that utility that's their thing, you know, for at least for 3rd level. Because I haven't gotten a Mastermind Rogue up very far, but I played a Mastermind Rogue, and that was the whole. I would just fucking assist because I like being that support, you know. Sometimes it's just like, hey,
What, you play a support player?
sometimes. So it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah. I feel like you then completely make a class more irrelevant, you know? by taking away what they can do. Unless you just keep it in, and then I go, okay, weird. Anyway, that's just a thought.
Yeah.
Because while other people are taking their turns, the players who are bored can still talk about what they're going to do next together.
They can still do that now.
And I love the if it's not your turn, you're bored.
Right. Like, you're not paying attention. Hey, Aiden, every time you go on a stealth section, in Devils and Dice, I am so bored.
Well, deal with it, dude.
Uh-huh. No, but like, that's not how it is, right? I have said openly that I very much enjoy watching those, or listening to those, and watching it happen,
Yeah.
because I'm just like, it's not me doing it, and I can enjoy other people having success or failures.
Yeah, you get to enjoy the success without any of the stress of failure.
Right, yes, that's what you said. Yeah, exactly. So, and I know that's not combat specifically, but it is kind of analogous in the sense of I'm not doing anything, it's not my turn. Right? And again, you can still enjoy like the descriptions of other people doing their stuff, or plan out what you're going to be doing on your turn, or look at your notes or something, or like if you're getting bored, I don't know, man. Like, what are you doing?
I've noticed I can get bored if there's like 7 other players and I know that it's going to be a solid 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay.
Whereas, yeah, you do 4 damage to this. Yeah, it does 10 damage to you. Yeah, you do 6 damage to it. But like when someone rolls a nat 20, we're all still going like, nice.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Give each other fist bumps, celebrate a high damage roll, and you're going, yeah, yeah, yeah. And like when something attacks you and like you lose half your hit points and you're like
Yeah.
give the little butt pucker and like everyone's looking at you like, dude, bro, I'm sorry, and you're like, yeah, it's fine. I'm still alive. And then like the other enemy attacks you and does like half of your remaining hit points, and you're
Right.
like, no, that's fine. Kill me, sure, go for it.
Yeah, exactly. It's all entertaining.
I don't care.
It's especially if your friends are reacting to that shit in that way, then it's even more entertaining. But even so, like, I guess it's just a part of the showmanship of D&D, you know? Like, you want to kind of show off a little bit when you're in that situation of like your character and how they would act in it, you know? It's fun.
Dude, are you kidding me? I literally, my character, since he's a paladin that uses soul coins,
Yeah.
we're going to an area and are currently like checking out an area where like they found a huge amount of cold iron,
Oh, okay.
which is not naturally occurring in this
No.
world,
Yeah, sure.
and only occurs when portals to hell appear.
Yeah, makes sense.
And given that a town has found enough that they can start to export it.
Ooh.
My character is like rubbing his hands, thinking to himself, "I'm gonna melt me down some cold iron and get some soul coins,
Hell yeah.
and then I'm gonna take the 2 people in this party who both are like revolutionizing firearms as we know it, and I'm gonna have them make me like a big rifle that fires a bullet made out of a soul coin."
Ooh.
And if you don't think that I'm going to pop my Asimar wings, fly like 100 feet above a battlefield, rack around, look through the scope, breathe deep, and say amen as I pull that trigger, you are wrong.
Oh, I love that visual. Oh. So
Like,
but it's not my turn, so I get
yeah,
bored.
but it's boring.
Yeah. It's just so absurd, just ridiculous and absurd.
I even have the gun modeled in my head, and
Hell
I've not
yeah.
even started work on the gun. It's for any Destiny nerds out there, the gun Xenophage.
Okay.
I'm really just saying stop using dice where you don't need to. There's a point where the excitement of randomness gets replaced with the monotony of actually rolling.
For
The
you.
monotony of rolling.
For you. I guess. Like, okay, so I've become... I've done this now more so because I played with my group of Intrigue campaign, right? In the sense of they do things and then I think about it, because this is one of the other members of that group does my Friday sessions. He runs those, and he doesn't really call for dice rolls as much because he rationalizes it as, if you're proficient in something, you should be able to do simple kind of stuff, and really there's no way you could really fail this considering it's so simple, right? Or things of that nature, where he's like, okay, it makes more sense because of what you've said that I don't need you to necessarily roll a persuasion check, just because you've brought up evidence,
Yes.
or like all this kind of stuff. And so there are sections where we completely just go and we free flow and we don't worry about the dice as much, and then when something absolutely does need a dice roll, it'll be called for.
Yeah.
So it's to show that our characters are good at things and that we are role playing well and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like in general, if someone makes up a really good point
Yeah.
to say a merchant as to like why you should let me do that, I will oftentimes I won't call for a dice roll, but I will just roll a d20 that essentially is a will save for the merchant.
Yeah. Okay.
And like based on like how well they made the point, I'll just like set the DC super low or somewhere a bit more moderate.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like, you know what? Like, you've already made a really good point, and like he's seriously considering it. Do me a favor and just make me a persuasion check real quick. I want to see what number you get.
Sure.
And then they get like a 37, and you're like, oh yeah, no, dude, yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
says, in fact, I'll do you one better.
Yeah. Sure. And so I guess this is more just to be an option for you to use in your future games, Logan. If this is a problem, more so, if you don't like rolling dice as much, then don't. right. Like it boils down to that, but obviously it's contextual. So and again, this seems to be more of a you problem, because I can go from the oh, that's a cool gun. The Xenophage. So I can go from the, and this is personal, so I don't know if this would work for you as well, but I can go from, and apparently, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't. I can go from that kind of setting to a very dice intensive, they ask for checks a lot, but I will still go every now and again to like go, maybe I don't have to roll for that because I kind of am proficient, if it's something very simple.
Or more like I've already described exactly what my character plans to do.
Yes.
And in that scenario, that's just going to result in a success.
Sure, yeah. And like, again,
Something that Boris has done many times, because I'm always very specific in how I do things as Boris
Yes.
in the stealth segments.
That is true. And yeah, you didn't really have to roll too much in that, as far as I remember.
No. It's because I can feel Boo in his silence just going, yeah, that'd work. And I go, yes.
That's
I know.
That's fair.
The goal is to never have to roll any dice, and then even if I do, I have a plus 17.
So
I am a bitch coward.
So again, I like I said, I'm good with going between those two kind of play styles because I feel like both are fun. But obviously you don't like rolling as many dice. So again, maybe do the other way that I had suggested. I don't know.
And then think outcome. And lastly, sometimes players debating a course of action goes on for too long.
Sorry, now that I remember it, was the before with the rolling dice too much? Is that more in reference to combat?
It can be in combat, but I think it's more just in general.
Okay, I guess I'd need more clarification because now it might also be that we paused for so long, but
And went on a tangent about
yeah,
another
exactly.
thing.
So again, apologies if you mean more in combat, in which case,
I'd say that's fair in combat.
yeah, there's a lot of dice rolling in combat, but again, I don't know if it's monotonous. Because like you had
Yeah.
said with the damage point, with the tenseness of taking damage or dealing damage, like that
Mhm.
in itself doesn't make it monotonous, especially if the DM is describing like the guy is slowly getting worn down and he's more bloody at this point, and once you get to a point of like them
And
saying he's on his
heavily.
last legs basically, then you go okay, and then you roll like a 1 and you're like fuck, because then he's got his
Yep.
turn, and then yeah.
Mhm,
So
mhm. We had actually something similar happen with we fought a dragon a few weeks back,
okay.
and we successfully managed to like blind the dragon for what that was worth.
Yeah.
For like the first 3 rounds, right?
Okay.
But like we all sucked for like 4 rounds.
Oh shit.
We couldn't hit anything. We rolled I think a total of 3 nat ones.
Ooh.
Like the things were going bad, and I'm just sitting there like, I've killed a dragon before. This is about how well these things go.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, so again, even if you find it more monotonous, if you find just the act of rolling a die monotony, I don't know how to help you. If you find the entire combat experience more monotonous because of the dice rolls, because you can't, or because damage is being determined randomly, then again, go back to point. Damage creates tension. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know.
I would say in general that when personally I roll a d20,
Mhm.
you best bet I'm watching every number on that d20 as it rolls and
Mm.
trying to predict what it will be before it actually stops. Um,
Yeah, is rolling
so
a
like,
natural 20 monotonous?
eh,
That's
horror.
a Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things.
In general too, I would say if you're at the point where like you've played so much D&D in your life that you can
Yeah.
afford to be sick of it, first off, I'm jealous. Second off, I would
Sure.
recommend a game like Baldur's Gate or something wherein like it is very much like dice rolls happen,
Yeah,
but you don't
behind
have
the
to
screen.
worry about actually rolling the dice roll. The
Mhm.
game just tells you if you succeed or not.
Yeah, that
And
or like a whole different system, like was said before. Just try a whole
yeah, like
different system.
maybe like GURPS.
Yeah, and yes, they all have dice
Granted,
rolling, but it is
grant,
different
granted, this video
combats.
is itself why D&D feels too slow, and as such could be used for a springboard off of. So then, like, let's try GURPS if D&D feels too slow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Um,
Um,
but I
I
still
would,
don't agree
I
with
would,
it though.
yeah, I don't know.
It,
Dice,
again,
seeing someone roll dice is definitely way less exciting than rolling the dice myself.
yes.
Um, which is one of the reasons why I love being the person to roll encounter percentiles,
Oh, sure, yeah.
both when I'm behind the screen and not.
Fair enough, yeah. Clicky clacky math rock's fun.
Click clack math rock. I see 36. I go, ooh.
Lastly, sometimes players debating a course of action goes on for too long,
Sure.
and it's nobody's fault.
Yes.
This is where you steal from the best game, City of Mist, and use event timers. Even if there isn't
Every action a player takes adds a point. At 5 points, the players are out of time and the threat appears.
Okay.
Okay, sure. So My question then becomes, and I hope you explain more, do you count each sentence as an action? Like, or is it just taking a timer, like doing a timer thing? In which
I
case,
would I would say it probably comes down to DM's call on that, like how many
right, and
words you can more or less say. Can
yeah,
you speak while doing things
which I
and
would,
not have what you're doing like take a penalty, stuff like that?
yeah, so which I would then go, I'd rather it be just a flat timer of like what you were suggesting with after 5 minutes goes by and then just have them roll, right? Um, by suggesting like maybe just roll a d6 and you'll pick the thing, right? Because you can't decide. Um, but even so, I would then again, because I'm personally more okay with the discussion, and we've already gone over that. So yeah, okay. Weird to have
Yeah,
the
this is
same
kind of
point
a
again.
repeat. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he just really wanted to talk about City of Mist.
I don't know. Seems cool.
Seems neat.
And any immediate danger, becoming bored of the game creeps up on your players like COVID did on humanity's serotonin levels. But you can always add more tension. If you're the DM, waiting for the players to figure out how to cross a pit and they're all mad at each other, bring out the hourglass. And then bring out the rat swarm. And whenever someone actually tries to cross the pit, just let them do it. Don't prove the rules
Oh.
lawyer right by having the 10-foot pole snap. Just move the game forward.
Then why include a pit?
Yeah, then why give them tools to solve a puzzle? Also, again, why penalize them for discussing options by throwing a swarm of rats at them to get them to just
This
do something?
Alright, Logan, don't take this the wrong way, bud. But this sounds less like D&D having systemic issues and more like you being impatient.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's true. I didn't really think about that. Okay.
Like, don't get me wrong. Each of these can be issues in their own right.
For you,
And
yes.
yes, cumulatively, you could look at it as D&D is slow, but most of these issues shouldn't take that long to fix.
Yeah, like let's go from
This
excuse me. Let's go from player perspective and GM perspective in this one situation. There is a pit. It is too large to be gotten over by pole vaulting with a 10-foot pole. Your
Okay.
characters have a 10-foot pole. As a player, if you are not happy with them all bickering, quote unquote, or arguing at least of how best to go about this pit, take the initiative and just try something.
Yeah.
Then you've destroyed the argument scene by enacting some sort of change of which now they have to react to. Did you fall in the pit?
Yeah.
Did you make it across?
Yeah, but then that can also be a dick move of like, is there something behind the door?
Yes.
Oh, I go up to the door and I open it, and you
Absolutely.
totally screw everyone over.
Absolutely. And so obviously this is with moderation, right? But also you have to consider, is this a character growth moment? Right? In the sense of is this now, can you look at this as a moment where the characters are quite literally arguing and now getting to know each other better, like I had said before. Trying to figure out why each other thinks that like if they're just saying, I want to do it this way, no, I want to do it this way, no, I want to do it this way, no, I want to do it this way, like they aren't actually getting any headway, then I guess, yeah, it can become annoying, but maybe then be the arbitrator in a way and go, well, why do you think that this will work better than what this person thinks? And then go the same way, right? Maybe do that, be the mediator for the group. Unless that's not in your character, I guess. In which case, is your character annoyed that this is happening? Would they not try to mediate? because they want it just to be over. I'm coming up with a lot of things here, my man. I don't.
Like, don't get me wrong, I do get the idea of the players are stuck at a metaphorical wall.
Yeah.
It can be a literal wall, it can be a pit. Like, there is an obstacle that stands, there's an obstruction in their way.
Yeah.
And then trying to add stakes by adding the timer in the rat swarm. But then I do have issues with, why do we know that the rat swarm will arrive in exactly 30 minutes?
Mhm.
Why do, like, that seems a bit out of game knowledge-y.
Mhm.
Why, like, just as
So
a DM,
right, yeah. Let's go DM
one of your
perspective.
responsibilities is to make sure everyone has fun. Now,
Mhm.
don't get me wrong, you are part of that everyone.
Yeah.
And sometimes, yes, when your players take a half an hour to figure out how to cross a 5 foot chasm, it can be a little bit soul sucking.
Sure.
I will admit this.
Mhm.
However, having recently gotten the chance to spend more time on the player side, dude, that 5 foot chasm is absolutely one of the great questions of our time, and I am racking my brain, and I am having fun racking my brain. Like,
Right.
world hunger is nothing compared to this 5 foot chasm. Like, I promise you, I am engaged.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's fair enough. And yes, there are times there are many times where someone's gonna get bored. Someone will, sure. Like it'll just happen occasionally, or they aren't having as much fun. That's unfortunate. Um what I mean in this is you can't always get everyone to have fun, right? Like, I understand that's what we're trying to do, and again, you can do that overall, but there can be some moments where somebody's just gonna not care as much, or like all that kind of stuff, and it doesn't detract from the entire experience overall. You know?
Hmm.
Like what you said with the chasm thing, it's soul sucking for that moment, but you probably still laugh about it a little bit after.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
and it's still a good story.
right.
And, like, plus, if everyone at your table is having a good time except you, that's still a pretty good ratio.
Exactly. Right? Like unless they're actually arguing as themselves in real life because they got angry, then that
Yeah,
sucks.
and
Yeah,
then
you
that's an issue with the table itself.
exactly. That's not a game issue. That's an out of character. That's a real life issue that we should probably, you know, try to fix a little bit in the sense of, whoa, getting a little heated there, are ya?
Easy, boys.
Yeah.
Let's take a 10-minute intermission. Everyone grab a slice of pizza.
Right.
We'll tackle this chasm in a minute.
Yeah, exactly. So again, and then okay, and so now let's get to just let them do it. Now, I like consistency.
Do you?
I do. I really, really do. Consistency is very, very good. I've ranted about consistency many a time, on camera, off camera. Um, so a 10-foot pole has a purpose. It is a 10-foot pole.
Yes.
If the pit itself is much larger than 10 feet, and then you just do it, I go, huh? Like, and then my immersion is broken a little bit. Because then I go, okay, so is every pit now, regardless of size, is it gonna just work? And then you go, no. And then I go, why? I have the same pole. Hey, give me the pole.
Mhm.
Right?
No, it won't work.
Oh, so why did it work for him but not for me? Right? Like, so, and then you start getting me to question, like, what's going on. And then I go, huh, okay. And then we move on, but that's still there. And then if we get to the next pit and it's 20 feet, I'm just like, well, go across. Like, I don't want to be pissed about it. I just go, well, now it doesn't matter. It's a pit. We can get over a pit so easily now. There's no stakes here. There's no tension. Unless you tell me no, and then I go, what do you mean?
So what you do though, right,
Uh-huh.
is you have the first player who it would work if they used the 10-foot pole across the chasm.
Okay.
Hand it to the player to which it doesn't work. But while doing so, you make the first one roll a dex check
Okay.
to hand off the pole, and the receiving one rolls a reflex save, right?
Ooh,
And then you set the DC super, super high. So then invariably he drops the pole and the guy fails to catch it,
and it
and then
falls
it
in the
rolls
pit.
into the pit, and now you don't have to worry about it.
Uh, Thank you, Ryan Johnson. I appreciate that.
Oh,
You didn't expect that the pole would fall into the pit, did you?
yeah, no, my expectations were indeed subverted.
Like, come on.
I thought I was gonna have fun.
Well, it's a good thing that we stopped that, didn't we?
Yep.
So, and I'm not like, it's just like, if you just let him do
Thank
it.
you, David Cage.
Yeah, thank you, David. Right. So, and again, if this doesn't matter as much to you, then I guess okay. If I can't say that. Like, it hurts me to say just okay to that. Whatever works for you, and that's fine. It's gonna be an issue though, moving forward. Just, I would assume, and again, I could be wrong. Maybe maybe the players don't care, but I gotta imagine that somebody's gonna question it. Is that wrong for me to assume? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Never question.
Oh.
Never question.
Oh.
Only roll. Oh wait, no, because you can't roll.
Right. Oh shit. What are we doing?
Never question. Only move forward.
Ah, yes, of course.
Follow
Is that
the
not
footsteps of the
railroading?
Iron Horse.
That's weird. Anyway, very strange. I don't know. Again, my point more so is just, it feels like something that could become a character moment, or also just like do what has been suggested of maybe hurry it along somehow that isn't just like a punishment, right? Like, make it so that you like, I don't like doing this. I actually, and I'll give it as an example because I've done it a couple of times. I think, well, I've suggested it at least. That much I'm certain of. If two characters can't make a decision, I don't like using persuasion between party members. I really don't.
Fuck no.
I really hate it. But if we get to such a degree that it just cannot be gotten over, we have to do something about it, so we have to roll it.
I'll sometimes roll persuasion.
Yeah.
Or have players roll persuasion, but literally only ever for flavor.
Okay, fair.
Never anything mechanically, like, directly linked to it.
This is my only caveat in this case would be, we literally just cannot get past this point. Like,
Yeah.
if it is quite literally holding up the entire game so much, then I would have to call for it, but I would very much go, I really don't want to do this. But we have been doing this for half an hour. Right?
Yeah.
Because at that point I'd go, yeah, this is ridiculous. But man, like, I don't want to do that, and I assume that people will get to some kind of resolution before I even think to do that. Half an hour I threw out as a random is an arbitrary kind of measurement because I don't know if I would even do that. I just want to make sure that I say that in case somebody goes, "What do you mean half an hour? Why is that the limit?" It's like, it's a, come on. Anyway, last point maybe.
Fuck rules.
Oh, okay. Fuck rules. Oh, neat.
Alright. That part I am a bit more okay with.
Yeah, no, it's so again, context matters definitely.
Yeah.
And again, consistency matters, I would say. All right. Well, that's all of his video.
All right.
So that's pretty cool.
Shall we move on to XP to level 3?
Yes. So XP to level 3. Jacob himself. He made a response video to this, which I didn't know about until I had watched the Runesmith video. So let us get into it. It's about 20 minutes. See how it goes.
Jacob, that's how I feel.
So this is D&D Isn't Slow.
God in heaven.
D&D Isn't Slow, a response to Runesmith.
Obstacle course.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Shout out the sponsor right here so I don't have to interrupt. Bing, bang, boom, World Anvil.
Skip.
Okay, yeah. World Anvil is pretty cool. I've looked into it. Okay. Let's go.
Ooh.
Good faces we're getting. Okay, cool.
20% off your subscription. There's a link down below.
Runesmith! You've posted cringe and now it's time to die. I'll use my ultimate power to strip you of your title. Be prepared.
This is a response video to
Bit neat.
Logan, also known as the Runesmith, who made a video called Why D&D Feels Too Slow. I watched his video multiple times, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there that I agree with. His points are pretty well illustrated. I guess he's pretty good at what he does. This video I'm making right now is not an attack on Logan. He's not dumb or crazy. This isn't to, like, roast him or anything. I just have different thoughts than what he illustrated in his video.
I don't like that criticism is considered roasting and all that kind of stuff. Like, yes, we clown on this show. We clown a lot on people, and sometimes we call them names. But ultimately, it's for the betterment of the content.
But literally, there is one person we've discussed who I actually don't like his channel at all.
Exactly. So you don't need to justify having
memes are memes.
Yes.
You don't need to open with an apology. And granted, I know they do it in order to avoid the idiots on YouTube who are like, "Oh, drama alert between these two people," and it's like, no, shut up. They're literally like good friends in real life.
You quite literally see them interact on Twitter all the time.
I am like 99% sure that in fact Jacob and Logan talked about Logan's video a fair bit before Jacob posted this.
Probably, yeah.
I criticize Brogan's work. No Nat Ones. He's still a dear friend and always will be, and he knows that even if I absolutely tore him a new one on this show, like that has no bearing as to like my thoughts on Brogan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about the content. It's not about the person. Like, so anyway. I just wanted to get that out of the way. You can just criticize people. It's fine.
Goes through 3 major points that, to him, slow down D&D a lot. His main solution, which he mentions at the beginning of the video, is because we overthink it and use too many rules. Which is a little hyperbolic, but I get where you're going. Logan compares it to Occam's razor, which is a theory that entities should not be multiplied.
I have never seen that spelling before. It's supposed to be OCKHAM.
Oh, really?
What? Because it's... Wait, maybe it's a different definition? Hold on, what's this one?
Oh, I see one, yeah.
Stream... unnecessarily. Yeah, no, because Occam's razor, it literally just means simplest is best.
Right, yeah, and I see Merriam-Webster has...
OCC?
Yeah, OCC.
That's weird. It's always been taught to me as OCKH.
Yeah, I see right here, Plato.stanford.edu, William of Occam, which is OCKHAM. Oh, sure. Here, you can see from here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Occam's razor, also spelled Occam's razor. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not crazy.
Dude, don't worry.
Was I just using the British all this
Might have
while?
been, yeah. Which, I mean, fair. It's whatever.
Yeah, it says grade on.
Shut up. It's valid. Shut up.
Unnecessarily. Which is interesting because Occam's razor can kind of go both ways. Even though its base definition is to be used against things that are overcomplicated, you can also make an argument that Occam's razor can be used the other way around, where just because something is simple does not mean it's right. Logan,
you know what? Yeah. Good point there. Completely. I agree entirely. That's, if you just turn it around, there's no reason why his way is any better. But I didn't even think about it because I don't remember him saying Occam's razor. It just passed over my head. Okay, cool.
Effectively thinks that D&D takes too long because too much stuff gets in the way. I disagree with this take so much that I made this video. I'm gonna break down some of his points, arguments, and solutions and show why D&D isn't slow and the true hidden meaning behind Logan's words that I think motivated him to write this script and make this video in the first place.
Okay, true hidden meaning. Right, good to know, but this means that he doesn't actually know? Because he's saying it's...
what I think he meaning to say is that he has interpreted Logan's motivation as to why he wants to do this, and he's saying, no, Logan, you're only thinking this because you're operating off of this assumption.
Okay, fair enough.
And if we address that assumption, you will see why it's fine.
Okay, which I approve. Good. Let's do it.
Before we get into it, let me remind you all that Logan is my sworn enemy! No, really, guys. This isn't beef. This isn't drama.
Yeah, we know.
Come on, man.
We know.
We don't need to do this.
Disagree. Logan and I have been friends for a long time, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna send a thumb in response to this video and say, different strokes for different folks. Alright, so the way that we're gonna do this is basically run through the points Logan expressed in the video, and I'll provide my thoughts behind his statements.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh, he's doing our thing.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say exactly what we do. Okay.
Oh my god. Anyway.
I'm not going to cherry pick and twist his words. I'm going to be as respectful as I can and run through all the points that he makes in this video. While also not...
As you should be, because that's you have integrity. Good.
Yes, that's why you go through and you listen and you go, yes, I agree. And then you listen and you go, ooh, I disagree with that one.
Yeah, and then go over
you listen to that one and you say, hey, that reminds me of real world life example.
Yes.
Look at that, Jacob. You'll be on EFAP next.
Also not trying to make this video 30 minutes long. We're trying to be more positive here on XP to level 3.
Okay, no, that implies that this isn't positive. No, this is...
Why does it have to be short to be positive?
First off, yes. Hey. But second off, just because you're giving criticism does not mean that that isn't positive. You in fact even said that you agree with the video, just the way that he does it, or a lot of the things that he does in it is not correct. That's still positive. Criticism isn't so. In this day and age, for some reason, negativity is the buzzword for everything. that is to do with something that's against something. No.
Negativity equals disagreement, but also equals a bad mindset equals toxicity.
Exactly.
If you disagree with someone, then you automatically hate everything that they stand for and would smash their baby's face against the ground given the first opportunity.
Right, in which case I go, no! Stop it! Criticism is just criticism.
Guys, listeners at home, we pick these channels because we like them.
Yes. Yes.
We want to see them do better and improve.
Yes.
With the exception of RPG Pundit, fuck you.
He won't
Sorry.
change. And I know, and you can cite me from saying
who doesn't like dungeon dudes, but that's fine. I think they're okay.
They're pretty fine. They're inoffensive. Like, and so again,
yeah, I don't personally think I'm subbed to them. I think I subscribed for a while and then unsubscribed because I was just like, nothing here is actually covering new ground for something I need to learn.
So like, and and you can go back and you can point out the times where I was fucking screaming at Cody. Like, again, it's and I will fully
you did.
I will fully own that. Yes, I was definitely more fucking standoffish towards him, because I just it hit me so weirdly. I don't know, and still I do like his channel for the most part. I will say that.
I will say, as a bit of a criticism of your criticisms,
you may. Yes.
In general, you have fairly decent points. I can't say as I agree with 100% of them all the time.
Yeah.
But one of the things that unequivocally I cannot stand for is when you hear someone make a point that you don't like. And granted, you only ever do this after you hit the point where you're like done with the video. But when you just go, fuck you, after someone makes a point and then just like keep going, that is not constructive.
That's fair. And honestly, when I get to that point, we usually get to that point in videos that we have already said everything that needs to be said, and they go over the same point.
Yeah, and granted, we all do have our breaking points, and I have done it myself.
Yes, exactly. So,
but it is something I take special care to. Like, I always try to be constructive.
It's fair enough, and like I will do so as well. But at some point, I will just die.
Oh yeah, no,
and again,
RPG Pundit does that for me.
Yeah, and again, call me out for it when you will, and I will go. Yeah. But usually, I'm pretty sure at those points, we've already gone over everything they've said, and they just say it again.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's really, there's nothing more for me to add. It's more just a flippant way of just saying, we're done here. We don't need to worry about what that is. Like, we've already covered it. So, anyway.
The introduction, Logan's first point on why D&D is too slow is the opening. He basically says every DM starts their session by describing surroundings and where the players are currently, and then they don't make anything happen.
The players are launched into an open ocean without any means of moving in any direction.
I often run my games like this. As Logan said hyperbolically, every DM does this. He doesn't actually mean every DM does this, but a lot of DMs do this, me included. This is the primary reason many DMs recap last game, so most players know what happened last time. You're not doing a great job as a dungeon master if you're just starting the game and the players have zero direction, which is exactly what Logan brought up. Now, a strong opening into the game can definitely motivate players right into the action. This is the point where the DM hands the reins to the players and allows them to decide.
Yeah, it's really hard, I guess, in general, for you to just open the game with nothing. That's kind of, like, even if you just give them the description, I feel like that's still something that you're giving them to, like, interact with, right? And the fact that they're all there, they're all able to interact with each other. It's really hard for you to go so far off that there's nothing to work with, I guess.
Yeah.
What will happen in the game? This is the back and forth two-way street of Dungeons and Dragons. The DM sets up a thing, the players respond, and then the DM gives them more, and then it goes back and forth for hours and hours and hours until it's 2 in the morning and you didn't realize how long you were playing the game. This is pretty much
can be, but as I've said, I've done it in the opposite way, where I react to what they do more so than what they do to me. So,
the beauty of role games, that the DM is not in charge of everything. I think what Logan is complaining about is indecisive players. Now here's a point I'm going to bring up a lot in this video. I'm going to compare a lot of Logan's points to this other role-playing game system that we both really like called City of Mist. Logan, I know, really likes City of Mist, and I'm not using...
Okay. So City of Mist is a tabletop role-playing game where players solve mysteries, tell stories, and act out scenes through superhero-style characters. The game plays out much more like a movie, comic, or TV show, and most of the narrative focus is on the player rather than a game master. Very few dice are rolled, and the point of the game is creating an interesting story rather than defeating a big, bad, evil guy. Okay.
Could be cool.
Yeah, it could be cool. So then I would say then he should have made a video of, I really like City of Mist. I don't know.
Using it as a hey idiot, remember how you like this? Well, you're wrong and stupid. Logan actually brings it up in his video, and I'm pretty certain he likes it a lot more than Dungeons & Dragons. And the reason I bring it up now is because this argument of a game starting with the players having to take the narrative forward and decide what to do is the exact gameplay loop of City of Mist. The entirety of City of Mist is that there's almost no dungeon master whatsoever. In fact, it's called an MC, a master of ceremonies. And the players themselves are the ones who are kind of describing what's going on. They kind of narrate the game. The MC just kind of either lets things happen, brings things in, or tells them yes or no. But it's mostly completely up to the players on what they want to do and accomplish and what they want their scene in this movie-style role-playing game to look like. To me, this is a natural part of games, and not to get a little theoretical, but even life. You take initiative in something. This isn't the DM's job to constantly throw players into an exploding lava volcano wipeout obstacle course. A lot of D&D games are going to start with, you guys are here, this is what you did last time, with that information, what do you do? But look,
yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what we were talking about. Also,
and, like, don't get me wrong, I can see Logan's point of, you guys are here, you did this, what do you do now? And everyone go, and, like, you can't have that, but, like,
it's very unlikely.
Yeah.
Like,
especially the more experienced your players get.
Yeah, and considering you play with people who, like Jacob, plays every day, as he's self-proclaimed, like, I can't imagine that's the case every time. I really can't. And also, it is interesting to point out the hypocriticalness of the system that he has mentioned in the same video of which he gives the criticism. That is an interesting point. I don't know it entirely. I'm just going off of what has been said of it.
Yeah,
so...
exactly. I don't know enough about the actual system to have a say way or the other.
But regardless, if it is true, it's interesting to point out. If it's not true, then weird to bring up. I guess it's just as far as it goes.
I would say in general, one of the things I kind of noticed throughout Logan's video, and I call him Logan because he's my friend.
Because he's our friend.
Is that he cherry picks only the bad portions and then hyperbolizes them to create an issue where usually there is none.
Yeah.
Like doing the equivalent of like when everything goes to pot and then from there on like multiplying that. And then describing this as if this is the standard by which all D&D is to be measured and by which all changes need to be weighed against. And it's something a lot of people do.
Yeah. Like we've covered multiple videos like that.
And no, not just like in videos, just I've seen it just in general on the internet because who would have thought I'm an argumentative guy? It's just something people, granted, I'm not perfect at it. I have also done that in the past. I will not claim
same. Absolutely.
To be like...
We're not paragons or anything. Fuck that.
Yeah, no. I actively try to avoid it and recognize it in myself if I
Mhm.
start to do it. But like that's not how that's not how you make an argument,
No,
dude.
it's not.
You need to make sure that you are just as much trying to correct yourself and any statements that you make as you are trying to correct the person that you're talking with.
Mhm. And like hyperbole is fine to use. You can use hyperbole
Yes, it
just
can
fine.
help to illustrate a point,
Yes.
but it
But
cannot be the basis of the point.
exactly. Once you use it for your entire like point, then it becomes incredibly weird to sift through what is hyperbole and what isn't.
Yes.
Um
Much like salt in food, it
yes.
can serve fantastically to help bring out flavors of the dish,
Mhm.
in which case this is your argument. But like when your entire argument or the flavor of your dish is salt, then like dude, like I don't even want to bother.
Yeah, exactly. If there's nothing to really latch onto, it's hard. And to be fair, there was stuff to latch onto, but that was because it was
Oh no, there
mostly
was. He did make some good points,
yes, and
and some of which I agreed with.
he made some points, yes, that we were able to go for. But again, there was many times where it was just like, I I didn't want to say it every time, but again, it kept getting to the point of for you, of a lot of this hyperbole. It was just like I don't understand how you can do this as hyperbole every time.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah,
And goes
and like
Sorry.
I do actually preemptively I feel kind of bad going into this XP to level 3 video, knowing that I'm going to be making the same points that I responded to Logan with earlier, and I'm going to
Mm.
be making those points again now in Jacob's video.
Well, I'm also hoping that he can give us some new stuff to highlight because he has his own points that I would love to hear
Mhm.
in regards to
Oh
this.
yeah, that is indeed the goal.
Yeah.
further on to kind of explain his point, which is this.
Suddenly, we all have to figure out a plan, even though we probably had one when we left off and just forgot. But every party member's differences shine here, in a bad way, when they start disagreeing on what to do for the next hour and a half. And that's not really their fault, because they sat down to roleplay, so they're gonna slam down the gas pedal on their character's personality, except their only outlet right now is the other players.
Arguing with one another is still role playing.
Exactly.
Sure, some people may not find it as fun as relaying your tragic backstory, or buying things, or discussing the Waterdeep stock market. This may sound strange, but deciding what to do at the beginning of a D&D game can be a lot of fun. Getting to strategize, weigh your options, consider outcomes. That's like prime role playing. You
Yeah.
get to think and consider your abilities, the people you've met, the actions you've taken, the consequences, the story the DM has laid out, the world, where you've been, what your character cares about, and so on. I don't understand why
Not to mention the notable difference of oh well we can't go back to that store for a while
Right, yeah, something
or
like that.
ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
Or
again,
hey, you go with him. I don't trust him alone.
yeah. So yeah, fair enough. We went on about this. Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. Also, I will make the same point I made earlier, but when you have a plan at the end of the session for what you want to do, there's this wonderful thing called notes.
Yeah, notes seem to be forgotten a lot of the time for some reason. The fact that people take notes or even mental notes, very weird.
And like in general too, maybe I'm just a huge nerd speaking on my D&D podcast, but in general, in between sessions of campaigns, I'm thinking about my characters and I'm thinking, "Ooh, I gotta make sure I do that." And then I add that to the mental list.
Mhm.
And then I get home and I'll jot that down in a margin somewhere. And then when I like sit down for the session and I open up my notebook, I have all of the stuff I thought to do over the course of the week.
Yeah, sure.
caught up on this part of the game being a slog. Decisions matter so much in role-playing games. It's what sets them apart from literally every other medium. In a video game, your consequences don't really matter that much because you can always go back a save or even replay the game. In Dungeons and Dragons, your choices are permanent and you can't go back on them. So...
Alright, so that's not true, actually.
Mm.
You can absolutely have DMs that will be willing to, like, say, scroll back an hour. Granted, I hope those DMs are few and far between because failing forward is important, and reloading saves in video games should only be done if you encounter, like, bugs.
Sure.
But, like, you can fail forward just as much as in Divinity or Baldur's Gate or Skyrim, as much as you do in D&D.
There are obviously
Easier.
Yeah. We have in fact examples of when we've misheard things in Devils and Dice, and we've gone back on stuff just because of misunderstanding, as well as I guess the fact that some things that we've retroactively put in there well, it would make sense if you went and got a bunch of soap or whatever, like it's just it's so inconsequential that it doesn't matter. Like ultimately it might later on, and it might be kicking ourselves because, or Boo might kick himself because he let you buy something, right? Retroactively, but it still doesn't seem like it hinges on that kind of decision. But there are points, yes, where some people will go, well, actually what I will say is there are points where I will remind somebody of how something works just to make sure that they have full knowledge of what they would know about this, right? Like if you were to use this in this situation, this you realize that you would lose concentration on this spell, right? Because it's a concentration spell. So are you sure you still want to do that, or do you want to, like, because stuff like that, it's like your character would know concentration. That's a thing, right? Like it's ingrained into spellcraft. So I'll give you that much, because if they just say, yeah, no, I'd like to use what's a constant Moonbeam after using heat metal, I go, well, they're 2 concentration spells, so you would cancel out the heat metal.
Yeah.
Right, like or, stuff like that.
I have examples both of, like, quote unquote reloading a save in my campaign, and I also have examples of, like, failing forward, both of which were, I think to this day, were better for the overall health of the game.
Yeah.
The first of which was we quote unquote reloaded a save when various people had more or less gotten why were they in jail? I forget why the party got thrown in jail. But they went in to try to, like, help the druid bust out from jail, right? And the druid managed to escape and help other members of the group. Oh, that's what it was. Party went to the jail to pick up the druid. Druid had attitude, and the druid wasn't actually there at this session. I was playing his character.
Sure.
And a fight wound up happening, and a nearby civilian got killed because of the druid casting Thunderwave. It was an old lady sitting behind a desk. She got flung, hit her head against the wall, started to bleed out, and party didn't make it to help her in time. Party gets overwhelmed by guards and arrested. And then from there on, shenanigans ensue with the druid trying to help the party out.
Sure.
And the party being like, fuck you, you got us all into this mess.
Sure.
Because the druid was not there and, like, shit hit the fan hard, the group was like, do you mind if we, like, go back in time, like, a couple hours or so and smooth things out when the druid is actually here? And I'm like, that's fine. Like, I feel kind of bad having like shit happen. And eventually, actually, the druid wound up dying when the barbarian like attacked him.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
and he's like, I feel super bad not being like having the druid die out of combat, having
Right.
shit hit the fan and stuff.
It
Should we like
seemed
reload
less.
this? And I'm like, I consider this a justifiable use.
Yeah.
We'll call that a fever dream, and you all wake up in the morning getting ready to go collect the druid from jail.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's less of a situation that was resolved by what they did, but more so one that you kind of artificially created in a way. It feels more artificial just because you were playing the character.
Yes. And like, granted, don't get me wrong, like while like shit was hitting the fan, they're like, God, it's just like Gurman's here.
Oh sure, that's
Like
fair.
it was something I did, but it was in keeping with his character.
And
It's something
yeah,
that
I
could
assume
have
so.
totally fucking happened.
Absolutely, and I assume so, but it's just one of those things where
Like the death wasn't fudged. That both
sorry.
deaths naturally happened, both of the civilian and the druid.
Mm.
Because like I don't fucking believe in fudging death.
No,
Anyway,
of course not. Yeah. Fudging's
another opportunity with failing forward that I used in my campaign was when the druid wanted to use stone shape to open up a hole in a
That's right.
bathroom to escape, and I didn't even remember that he didn't have that spell yet. So I allowed him to do it, and then a piece of furniture fell through into the bath, and the whole mansion went on high alert. And it created this really fun and tense escape sequence, and as well as some really great role-playing opportunities for when the party got back out onto the streets into like relative safety, and the guards are like, "What are you doing here?" And they're like, "Ah," and like coming up with like stories for why they're supposed to be there, and
Right.
the guard recognizing the druid and be like, "Hey, you work for the Mages Guild. Can you shape stone?" And he's like, "Why, yes, I can." And he's like, "Oh, I've got a job for you." And then they get back to the bathroom, and he's like, "I need you to shape stone." And he's like, "Yeah, I'll shape the stone back." I'm like, "No, you fucking don't.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know that spell." And he's like, "Ah." And like, you can absolutely have some fantastic opportunities for really good gameplay experiences, even when like a DM messes up or the players mess up, and like don't be so quick to just like go back and try to fix the continuity, because sometimes like it's a magical world, some weird bullshit can happen,
Sure. Yeah.
and moving forward with that can be an absolute treat.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be a little important. I actually have the opposite problem where the players do the opposite, and they just rush forward to the last thing that we remember without considering any of our other options. I find this so frustrating as a player because I care about everything else and what we could do. Logan goes on to explain what Dungeon Masters should do because of this.
Dungeon Masters, please have a direction planned at the start of the session, and let your players know immediately what it is. Don't have them figure it out. This isn't a mystery, and you're not making it interesting by being quiet. The beginning of the session is the tutorial. The least you can do is let them know that they can press A to jump.
I agree with Logan's point here. The very first session and most sessions definitely require a catalyst for the story. You need to have a direction for your party, of course. My question to Logan is more, what D&D games are you playing where you're starting the game in the middle of a barren field with zero direction on where to go?
That is exactly. See, again,
Exactly.
and even so, and like I said before, you still have your characters around. Like, if you did start there, then your characters would ask each other what's going on and interact, and then start trying to figure it out, right?
Who am I? Why are you here?
Yeah, exactly. So even that is so much. You're giving them, unless you give them literally nothing, like legitimately, you go,
literally nothing. Yeah. They'll find something, dude.
Yeah, exactly. They like you go and you say it's a void, and you go, what? It's a void. Then they go, can I feel my body? You go, no. We go,
No.
oh.
Go. Play. Role play for me. Dance monkeys, dance for my amusement.
Right, exactly. Unless you do that, like there's very little that you're gonna find that isn't picked up.
To assume the D&D games that you are playing are the ones where you are getting to go in multiple directions and accomplish multiple things, because the party has to obviously argue about something. So I'm confused. You want a direction to go, which you have. The party is willing to argue about this, but you don't want the DM to give multiple ways to go? Is that what I'm understanding? You basically want the DM to give one single direction to the party and ignore anything else that they could do just so the game can actually begin. I think this is amazing advice for session 1. Session 1 of your
yeah, absolutely. Oh. Like, he's gonna go into it, and in fact, I'll just let him.
D&D games to have some sort of prompt, goal, and action. It's still the player's choice on what they decide.
Actually, I do have some reservations.
Okay.
Session 1 is a very good opportunity for people to sort of interact with the world and get a feel for the environment, as well as to help them establish their characters, like traits, personalities, and how well they interact with each other. I typically will put in a plot hook like the major plot hook, I should say, for like the overarching campaign, usually in session 2 or 3. Which can be a bit late, but like I'll only hold off on that if the players are still trying to like figure out which way is up, how does my character react to this, how do how do I respond to that? And
Yeah,
like once I feel like
starting
the
to figure out the
players
character.
are like melded well and like they're gelling with each other pretty well, that's when I introduce the plot hook.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think what I did in my intrigue campaign, the plot hook was the character coming into town. Like, because I was so much more reactive on what they did, the plot hook was them meeting up and like talking. That was kind of it. It was their interaction. Because then they sussed each other out, right? They figured out as much as they could about each other and see what and where they were, and they asked me questions about things, and I was like, yeah, okay, and then so I would give them information. But ultimately there was no catalyst other than them being there, which I'm now realizing. So I guess I did it wrong, but
I should also specify, based on my earlier point, that I'll usually wait till like session 2 or maybe even as far as 3 before interacting the main plot point. That's not to say that people have 2 or 3 sessions of literally just wandering around a town blindly.
No,
like you still give them some minor activities and quests, because those activities and quests are themselves a catalyst and a means for them to sort of build up the framework of their character.
Yeah, absolutely. You give them a couple of things to do, and then they figure out what they do in those situations, and then they figure out if those situations come up again or if future ones do. Like, then they know what people are capable of.
And like those can be themselves very minor plot hooks. I had in session, I believe it was session 2, because session 1 was basically teaching them how to fight in an arena. Session 2 was the next day they took out a job to help a local farmer get his pig, because his pig had a tendency to run away.
Yeah, sure.
And when they went and they got to the pig was rooting around in this big, like, noxious looking vine that was growing around on the ground.
Sure.
And they're like, ew, that's gross. And then like it had like a black slime, and the barbarian decided to take a bite out of it and like got a bit of poison damage. And then like the next day the pig was dead. And they're like, oh wow, like that pig got into some like funky plants, and like that plant was bloodthorns, which are like a huge aspect of a nearby cult.
Oh, there you go.
Like, if they can be, like, seemingly benign, little plot hooks,
Right.
the plot barbs, one might almost call them. Not meant to necessarily draw you in, but just to remind you that it's there.
Right, yeah. I feel you.
That are themselves, like, when you learn about, like, oh, hey, like, the Bloodthorn cultists are, like, are doing some fucky stuff in the town.
Mhm.
You go, oh shit, no, we saw vines there. Oh, hey guys, we should go and explore that.
Right. Or even,
And
like,
like,
if they had done it beforehand, again, like, oh, what's this? And they'd actually, like, investigated it, you would have had them
mhm,
stumble across the same stuff.
yeah. Oh, hey guys, these vines are lashing out at us unless like we hit them with fire first.
Mhm.
Like, it goes from, like, this weird magical plant to, like, an actual plot point, like, a
Mhm.
couple sessions later, and they realize, "We've already gotten our first clue, we just didn't realize it at the time."
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's not playing for me. Why you do this? Watch together.
No prior knowledge. It's still, my point stands.
I do that for one-shots.
Okay, I don't know what the point was. Hold on.
Give players the story.
You basically want
Oh.
the DM to give one single direction to the party and ignore anything else that they could do just so the game can actually begin. I think this is amazing advice for session 1. Session 1 of your D&D games has to have some sort of prompt, goal, and action. It's still the player's choice on what they decide to do, and you really shouldn't be like, go here, this way, this is where the quest is. But that can be really, really helpful for session 1 games because there's no prior knowledge. It's just, here's the game now, what are you going to do? Still.
Good advice for a one-shot.
So
You have one session to establish characters, develop a goal, and complete that goal. Being
yeah.
given that goal is not an issue.
So for the one shots that I've run as well, yeah, even so though, they still like it doesn't change how they're gonna act, I guess. Because they as every one shot goes, it becomes a 2-shot.
Yep.
Or 3 or campaign. It depends. But yeah, I don't know, cuz I didn't tell. The only thing that I did was have them make characters together, basically, in the sense of everybody was like, I was like, okay, what do you want to play? Let everybody know, and then you can maybe do something with it. And do you want to be an already established party, or do you want to be all called together by something? Right? That was it that I really kind of threw at them, and then I answered questions as needed. And then we were still able to do it successfully because even if they weren't going to be a pre-established party, I would probably have given them some time to just talk, just because, I don't know, and then have them kind of figure it out, but then have the driving story happen still, where they're still unsure of each other, I guess, and then move through it still, like, out of necessity, because it's a one-shot. Because I still like to have that whole meetup and kind of talk, just to get to know each other, because regardless, they're not going to know each other's character to the extent that they will once they play,
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't really give them a story. I set it up in game. So I don't know.
Yeah, like, I had one shot that I ran that turned out, like, really well.
Sure.
I don't really, in general, make a lot of one shots, but
That's fair.
there is one that was some kids at a local orphanage that the players had themselves, like, donated to a bunch.
Mhm.
And the regular players played kids from there,
Oh, cool.
who were like, they're all, like, sort of friends with each other,
Mhm.
and they met this weird girl who was weirdly, like, half bird. And it was like Wrigley
Mm-hmm.
from the main party who was like off exploring and
Sure.
who was making friends with the local like orphans. Um,
That's cool.
and I said that you guys had found out that there is a new sweets shop opening up today.
Oh, hell
It
yeah.
was on one half of the store, it was a bakery that makes like pies and like turnovers and like some savory stuff too, but for the most part like sweet breads, pies and the like. And on the right side of the store was a candy shop.
You've reminded me I'm
And it
fucking
was
hungry.
huh?
You've reminded me that I'm fucking hungry.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And that they all had decided to go out and like check it out that day.
Mhm.
And when they got there, they found like a bunch of kids were there with their parents, and they waited like an hour in line to get to the front, and they were denied entry because you needed to have adult supervision. And
Ah.
then they figured out, oh, okay, so the purpose of this one shot is to break into the store.
Right,
I
yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
And then I let them break into the store, let them, confuse the shop owners and
Sure.
leave with a ton of like some really good candy. And then when they got out of the store, they realized that Wrigley, who had bought all of her stuff first, was gone, and
Mhm.
she actually had gotten abducted by like a group of other kids who all wanted to play with the weird bird girl.
Ah,
And then they realized, oh fuck, it's not actually just breaking into the store, it's actually rescuing Wrigley.
neat.
As kids instead of using our characters like normal. And then they had like these 5 sequential boss fights with these kids who were like playground archetypes of
Nice.
various D&D classes.
That's pretty cool.
So like you can you can make one shots where the story is a bit like obfuscated.
Mhm.
Um but like in general it does help to in like you
I
all know each other,
Yeah.
like here is more or less your goal.
Yeah, no, it's true.
You
I
can
did
choose
I
to ignore it if you want, but
Yeah, I did make it clear that it was going to be a Halloween one shot. So I guess that kind of does add to it. But yeah, I don't know. Uh, giving the story like you don't just give it outright, I guess. I don't know. It's weird cuz I would say that the way that you at least described it, they figured it out, right? That was You've given them the setup,
Mhm.
you took them on a journey, and then they figured it out as to what the story was. You didn't outright tell them. You're just like,
Mm.
take it.
I mean, the most recent one shot I ran was when a couple friends and I were watching over a mutual friend's car because it had 2 flat tires,
Oh,
and the rest of our friends, it was a hiking trip like
yeah,
from fucking hell.
nice,
And the rest of us had left to go to town where we could get cell service to call in a tow truck,
gotcha.
and some of us volunteered to stay behind with the car. Um, and while we were like walking around, I'm like, you know what? I've got my dice because I was prepped to play D&D. Like the barbarian for my campaign was there, and then as well as a mutual friend of ours. I'm like, all right, I'm teaching you how to play D&D, and we're gonna play a one shot. Do you guys want to play Jailbreak or Pirates?
Sure.
And
I
they're
mean,
like,
for something,
"Jailbreak," and I'm like, "Alright, cool, make some meme characters or something, I don't care, I'm gonna randomly generate a dungeon, and we're
yeah,
gonna have you go through it, and we're gonna teach you D&D."
I feel like that's a different situation though because it was so spontaneous and on like
Yeah,
it's
I
way
literally
yeah.
had a 30 seconds of prep time, and then I took a full 1 minute of the Jailbreak one shot, and I'm like, "Alright, give me a second to come up with a map of the dungeon real quick."
Yeah.
But we had
My
fun.
point stands.
Yeah, oh,
Do
absolutely.
you need to be reminded on how to jump with the A button every single time you pick up Super Mario
Exactly.
64?
Fuck
So
no.
from this section or chapter of your video, I've gathered this as a perfect fast start to a D&D game. We start the game, we last left off in a town. The party learned that there's a troll hiding in the town somewhere. They must slay it before anyone gets hurt. We left off last
Roll a
game with the
d20
party
to
deciding
attack.
where to get leads on the troll's whereabouts. A guard told them that it could be a tavern, The sewers or the slums? No time for discussions. Suddenly a man runs up to you and says, I think I saw the troll at the tavern. Well, let's discuss if we should go to... I think it would be better if we went to the sewers. Less people could get hurt. Yes, but more witnesses at the tavern. Maybe we could go there to inquire on its whereabouts. Oh no, my players are bickering. This is not fun. This is the slowest part of the game. They're deciding where to go. I just...
There you go. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
no, that was more or less the vibe I got too.
Yes, that it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why it was complained about, because it very strange.
This is the ideal.
I think the only way as a player in this scenario that you would find this slow and boring is if you just didn't care about what anyone was saying. Or
yeah, it's what we said. Like, how if you weren't invested at all, I guess. Like, it's very... I don't understand.
If you're the player to sit on their phone all session,
yeah,
and you're not invested, that doesn't mean that D&D is bad or you're doing your
slow
campaign bad.
Yeah,
It just means that, like, dude, they were never going to be invested to begin with.
exactly. It's a weird... just a weird point.
You don't get the outcome of the scenario. You just want to go do the thing with no one disagreeing with you. Logan then goes on to his second point, which is combat.
And no matter how well planned combat was, the game still comes to a massive halt when everyone rolls initiative. Sure, it's iconic, but only because of how often it happens.
Initiative is iconic because the term roll initiative is when the action starts. It's the buckle your seatbelt, mother... It's time to fight a troll. Now, I know that's not what Logan actually means. He's more saying that rolling initiative is iconic in the game system, and that it's been in the game system for a long time, and that's why everybody likes it.
I personally...
Right, but your point is still valid. It is the time where action starts. So, I feel like that does... it doesn't bring it to a halt necessarily, I guess. You're still doing stuff. If you mean narratively, maybe? I don't know. It itself is a progression still. So, I don't know.
Really don't initiative structure, and turn-based combat is naturally much slower than the actual fight. D&D combat feels like XCOM if you give everyone one character, and then the Dungeon Master controls 8 other characters but doesn't use any strategy.
Yeah.
Logan, who hurt you?
I just don't have a great solution for this, because it's a core mechanic, but let me speed it up a tad. First, stop using initiative rolls. You're married to them now, but they're abusive and they're lazy. Put the ring down, walk out the door, and try to experience new relationships.
You know, we didn't talk much about the lazy aspect. Do you find initiative lazy?
So what I find ironic, though, and I only sort of realized this after viewing the word lazy through the context of what he proposes, is that he says, hey, instead of rolling and doing more work, just do what's easier and add 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Logan, what you propose is more lazy.
Isn't it? Yeah, so...
I suppose you could say that they're, like, intellectually or creatively lazy in the fact that it's like, oh yeah, no, whoever has bigger number go first, I guess. Let's not take into account the fact that battle is a dance of chaos, which is true.
I guess,
but
but...
and that is my problem with initiative in general. But
yeah,
the adding 10 to your initiative modifier,
it does the same thing.
It doesn't fix that.
Yeah, it quite literally just does the same thing, but in a different way.
It helps make things faster, yes, and that does have its own definite advantages, especially in combat. But
it doesn't mean that it's better.
Yes.
So, and also it doesn't make it more lazy or less.
I can microwave a bowl of Easy Mac, sure. Or I could make myself a baked mac and cheese.
Right, yeah, it's true.
The one's quicker.
Yeah, and technically lazier. But actually...
you're the one... Oh wait, no, because that is still Occam's razor. Well, although the reverse of Occam's razor is just because it's easier, doesn't mean it's right.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, it's again, now that I think about it more, it's a very strange way to word it.
2020 would be the year where we agree with Jacob about a Runesmith video and disagreeing with it.
Broaden horizons, try other systems, put the D4 up your butt.
So from what I'm gathering, too many players of D&D are just too married to initiative because it's iconic with Dungeons and Dragons. It's just so ingrained into our heads we can't even
like
possibly think about using something else.
initiative.
So Logan's solution is that he doesn't have one because it's too core and ingrained into the game, and you should use passive initiative or try other systems and use what they use. First of all, those 3 picture examples that you gave us, Pathfinder uses a rolled initiative system.
I noticed that.
Uses a rolled initiative system. Even Furry Pirates uses a rolled initiative system.
I didn't realize that's what that was.
Yeah, I thought that was like D&D 2nd edition or something.
Yeah,
I didn't actually read the label, but like I was trying to think of systems that didn't use initiative, and like Call of Cthulhu uses it.
Yeah.
Shadowrun uses it.
Yeah.
Every edition of D&D uses it.
Yes.
Pathfinder uses it.
Yeah.
Fate uses. Does Fate use it?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. They all use some type of it though, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
There are. I assume it's very hard to find something that doesn't use some sort of roll for initiative. I don't know though.
Elective action order.
Okay. Initiative.
The initiative system has been given a number of different names since its introduction. The best neutral name for it would be elective action order. The best give credit where it's due name would be Balsera style initiative. Other terms such as popcorn initiative have been floated but are not preferred. Let's see, what's it do? The problems. Okay. You've lost me. How to take advantage of this. I'm not reading a fucking book.
Please let us know if Fate has initiative or not. Or honestly, I might even just open up my PDF of it because.
Oh, here we go. Fate Core, jump to alternative initiative system.
Okay.
Compares notice skills for determining turn order. Yeah, okay, it's initiative, but based on observation, sort of like in Pathfinder 2e.
Yeah, but you still roll in Pathfinder 2e, so if that doesn't require you to roll at all, then yeah, okay, that's 1. There we go. Neat.
In which case, it's a passive initiative, like Logan describes, anyway.
True. Yeah.
So maybe, just maybe, the millions of us who play role-playing games haven't been brainwashed into liking initiative. Maybe it just works because a lot of systems use it. Now, I'm not.
Yeah, and like we proposed.
I would say
because
the
a lot
opposite.
Just because a lot of systems use something doesn't make it good. To be fair.
Yeah. It's not good because a lot of systems use it.
Yes.
A lot of systems use it because it's good.
Yes, that is exactly the point here. It is tried and true. It has been tested. It has been made to be what it is because it works so well.
The reason why a lot of games are more like action RPGs, such as say Skyrim, is because you don't have to do turn order. Like we don't have to all be Final Fantasy VII Original Edition where it was strictly turn based.
Yeah, exactly.
And there is no reliable way outside of linking our minds directly to each other, or doing something like playing a game cooperatively online that someone has built, where someone can act in actual time and do what their characters play. The closest equivalent would be like RPing in an MMO on like a private server.
You could do that, yeah. Some mods for Skyrim exist, mods for Morrowind.
Yeah, for multiplayer. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake did an excellent job at blending real-time combat in with turn-based combat.
Mhm.
In the fact that abilities go on cooldowns and you can enter an augmented reality mode where time moves a lot slower, and then like play it as if it were a JRPG,
Oh,
but you
okay.
have a limited time selection to actually like if there's an attack coming in, right, and you
Mhm.
choose to dodge, you only have a limited amount of time to choose that dodge before the sword actually hits your character.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
They do it's a fantastic job of it. It's when I heard it was a blend of turn-based combat and action-based combat, I was like, "Oh boy, I can't wait for this shit show," and I was like
Mm.
super impressed with
Okay. Hmm.
it.
I haven't looked into it, so I don't know.
I'll send you a clip later if I remember.
Sure.
Um, but like, there's no reliable way to do that for a tabletop.
Yeah.
We are rolling dice and have pencils and notebooks.
Like it would be this weird, and again, it would be taking some sort of way to make sure that a turn is however long, because you would have to then judge actions, speeds, and such, so that you could have everybody act in different ways, but also have the monsters act in different ways, but at the same time without
Not to
having to
mention
wait.
monsters changing what they're doing based on like what the players do.
Exactly, like it's hard to, unless you're LARPing, do that.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of LARPing too.
Right. So this is the best way that we can represent it reliably in a game. That we cannot just act out. Unless you want to go out and do LARPing for every D&D fight. That would be neat.
Could do that.
Yeah, you could do that. I feel like that would...
Winter would suck.
Yeah, it would.
So
but
would
then,
summer.
hey, you know? But if you did that, I guess there's an alternative, but then it would still be hard to, unless you have a bunch of your friends back up and ready to go for your monsters, and you give them directions on how to do things, and then they act the way, it's that would become again, it's LARP. It's not D&D anymore. You're just LARPing, because you then just roleplay as the LARP, so it's just LARP.
Not to mention all of the potential issues that may cause for any disabled folk.
Yeah,
Like literally,
it is less accessible.
Like,
mm-hmm.
I'm if we all go out into the woods, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's hoping that your friend has the IRL equivalent of the combat wheelchair, which I don't know anyone who actually has like sports grade wheelchairs.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they're in those marathons with them.
Yeah.
So,
because like, granted, it could just be there's not a lot of representation up where I am for like basketball and stuff like that, but nah.
To be fair, I don't look for it personally, so
yeah, same.
Yeah, so it's also maybe just a fault on our part somehow. But anyway, yeah. So again,
I'm sure someone will find a way to twist it into one.
I'm sure, yeah. One day.
Saying that you have to like D&D combat. I know very well that there are other combat systems that...
You don't have to make sure that's... Like, you don't have to tell someone that they can have an opinion. You don't have to tell them that. Everyone's allowed to have an opinion, and that's just a fact. Because it's inherent. You're gonna find something some way. Like, you don't have to then go, like, just because, like, you don't have to do this to him. Yes, he has an opinion on it. You don't have to tell him that he can have it. Yes, he can have it.
I think it's also not necessarily addressed solely.
No, I know. I know it's not, and it doesn't need to be said.
But it's infantilizing.
Exactly. It does not need to be said. I am not a baby. Like, it's... No... I hate it when that happens.
that are probably more fun and straight to the punch and work a lot easier than other systems. But those systems aren't Dungeons and Dragons, and your idea that initiative is slow is your opinion. I don't think it's fair to tell everyone that the
No, it can
initiative
be
system that we all use and like is
that can be
abusive,
more
wrong,
objectively
and we should
determined.
try something else.
Yeah, so you have the right to tell people your opinion. Unfortunately, that has to be said because apparently that's something that people have forgotten.
See, all right. You can have your opinion that initiative is slow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you back up this opinion and you say it is slow because this, and this,
Yes.
right? We can then measure your opinion versus the weight of fact.
We have
However,
something to measure, yes.
the issue is that I don't know anyone who is arguing that initiative is fast.
Yes, that's also true.
You're preaching to the converted here, Runesmith. Yes, it can be slow at times. I think you exaggerate, but yes, it can be slow.
Like it's very you have to present more than just this is what we should do instead. Because I'm fine with you presenting something as an example of what to use instead, but you have to do it in such a way that is more objective, I guess. Because again, this is how you feel, yes, but you can also have an objective opinion on it. And unfortunately for you, like has been said, the objective opinion on it is that it's slower.
Yes.
So I don't know what you're trying to do other than to say this is better because, and you don't give me
slow
why.
And it's clunky. Yeah, we're really breaking new ground here. Like,
so
I
honestly,
understand you have a complaint. Why don't you propose a fix?
Yes, exactly. And the fix that you do propose does not have much to back it up.
Yeah, it is not itself a fix. It is.
It's an alternative.
Yes, it is a marginally better alternative, provided that you weight having initiative order determined quickly heavily.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't fix the core issues with the initiative,
Mm-hmm.
which is turns take a while. They can be faster if you have players who know what they're doing and you are good with math, yes. But like they just do take a while. Everyone knows this.
Yes, and it's not something that you can do that you can reliably fix.
As such, Jacob, when you tell us initiative can be slow, you can have that opinion. You are degrading not only your own point because you are agreeing with quite literally everyone. You're then just going, it's so you're telling literally everyone in the room who all communally agrees on something
that it's
guys,
okay.
we can have an opinion on that. It's like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Exactly. It's unnecessary.
I disagree with this point from Logan purely just to say this initiative system works really well for what it is, and it works really well for a lot of other systems, and I don't think there's a really good way to avoid it, and shoving in things that make it quicker will, in theory, make it a lot quicker, but you're sacrificing so much, like dice rolling and the—
Okay, before it goes, our past games of event Evenfall, rolling initiative took an average of 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's how much time you would save by completely removing rolled initiative from 3 to 4 hour game. In this case,
so barely anything.
Exactly. I'm sorry that a minute and 30 seconds have gone by without you like telling me what you want to do, but I'm pretty sure that we can deal with a minute and 30 seconds.
I would say in general, for both campaigns the campaign I DM and the campaign I play in takes us about 2.25 minutes.
Sure.
And then for Devils and Dice, it takes what, like a minute?
Yeah, we're usually pretty quick to it.
Granted, we're only 3 people, and in the campaign I DM and play in is like 7.
Yeah.
And one of which, literally, one guy still asks to this day, "What's my initiative modifier?" Which don't get me started on that one.
Oh god. So, and the other thing is, we usually can tell, like, we prompt, do we roll initiative? And we've already rolled initiative sometimes, just because we know.
Yeah.
We take the context clues.
Yeah. Someone's
So,
drawing a knife, and we go, "All right," and you're.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, I wanna go back and listen to his point again, because I was paying attention to the screen, the words on the screen.
Things that make it will, in theory, make it a lot quicker, but you're sacrificing so much, like dice rolling and the randomness of initiative, just to save a couple of minutes. And I think that is not as fun. But hey, it's not like you can't listen to Logan at all. If you...
Well, okay, so...
Jesus Christ.
So, first off, before I get into how I'm upset with how you're doing this again, not as fun thing, yes, subjective, though. So, I agree with you on that subjective point, but again, subjective. I don't think that the need to state that it is more or less fun is necessary. Just using the data of 1 minute and 30 seconds is fine, because that just shows that it is shaving practically no time if you just do the alternative way.
Yeah, it is near inconsequential, the amount of time.
So let's hear his whole telling us that we can like something.
Rolling and the randomness of initiative, just to save a couple of minutes. And I think that is not as fun. But hey, it's not like you can't listen to Logan at all. If you enjoy this more as a dungeon master, as a player, then just do it. Like I said at the beginning of the video, Logan isn't an idiot. He's not wrong in any way here. I just disagree with him. I think this is not a good way to save time for Dungeons and Dragons.
So then you think he's wrong?
No, he's saying I disagree with him. I don't think it's fun. That won't work for my table. And I'll say like it's valid.
Yeah.
I don't think it's optimal.
Yeah, and
combat, too many players and too many enemies. What you want to do is essentially cut as much fat from combat as you can, and don't keep secrets that you don't need to. Let players know armor classes, use average damage rolls, make similar enemies all act at the same time.
Totally agree that you should cut fat in combat. I've learned this from my campaigns and years of being a dungeon master. Unless absolutely necessary, like your players are deciding to encounter a huge amount of enemies at once, and this is the direct choice that they made and they want this, you don't need to have a combat with 20 things in it. It may sound really cool to newer dungeon masters, but I promise you, the amount of stress you will go through as a dungeon master to keep track of 20 things at once is really not fun unless you...
Okay, so I had not considered the possibility of, like, if it's a horde encounter that, like, they know it's going to be a horde encounter going in.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't considered that, but that's a neat idea.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of well, you made your bed, time to lie in it. We're gonna be rolling dice, boys.
The other thing that I would say is, again, some people, like, I agree, as from experience, that it is much more stressful to deal with a lot of things than it is a few things.
You could also do, like, say, in that in the example of, like, the skeletons.
Yes.
Make each player have, like, a horde of skeletons that they're
absolutely.
dealing with.
There are ways to simplify it to make it work. But what I was going to point out is that he, again, brings into the less fun argument, which, again, subjective. I think some people could very well have fun doing this. I think some people actually very much could be the people that enjoy controlling a bunch of different things and then go and have each of them act individually. So again, yes, just from experience, yes, but you don't have to bring the fun thing into it. It is less fun for you, but,
you can keep track of that. Using average damage is awesome. I do it all the time. I don't need to constantly roll dice, but if you as a DM enjoy the random dice and can keep the combat rolling while you do it, then just do it. That's what I do with online virtual tabletops. I like to do the rolled dice because it's just as fast as doing the average dice. Making similar enemies
Again, it's
Okay.
valid, but we've already talked about the flaws of
Yeah.
it.
I just find it interesting that he says that he does it because it's as fast as doing the average, and that's the reason.
Yeah, when it should be not.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't. I don't think it.
If you're doing it online and you're like clicking a button and the machine is like adding up the numbers for you, then like yeah, it would be though.
Right. So that's what he said, right? And so for the rolling out damage, yes, it's, I guess, a tiny bit slower, but again, like you said, we covered the other point that we had on it of it being more tense and stuff. So
act at once is a great way to speed up combat, but can easily overwhelm the players so long as it's not 10 goblins at once, because you'll just TPK because action economy. But not keeping secrets, giving players armor class, I don't agree with this at all. Basically, you want every combat to be everyone has the same exact turn, enemies do the same damage the whole time, AC is always known. That to me sounds way more boring, as every combat would get stale after the first round just to save a couple of minutes. I don't really think that necessarily speeds up your game anyways, because you're going to have to explain the AC. You're going to have to pre-write down all of the encounters, further subjecting that your game is a set certain way. They're going to go here, they're going to encounter this, I already have the initiative prepared, and since they already know the AC, it's just going to be a combat with, I do this, I go there, I do this, I go there. There's no...
Oh god.
It gets a bit more wargaming.
No,
Almost.
I just realized that Runesmith has proposed a very small version of giving everything the same on a die roll, basically. It's just for...
You're gonna have to elaborate your actual point there. Giving everything the same on the die
never mind. No, I had a moment of fear, and my brain was like, no, you're an idiot. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Forget what I said.
Okay. Stricken from the
room
record.
For creativity here. It's just, I know if I hit and I know the damage it does, that can get stale really fast.
And a very big one, let players combine their turns. Completely remove the help action, and instead have people coordinate their stuff for Avengers-style combo moves. It's also really good because while other people are taking their turns, the players who are bored can still talk about what they're gonna do next, together.
Geez, Logan, first you tell us not to coordinate, now you want us to coordinate during...
Alright, so I was actually about ready to pause, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this right here, I fully recognize as a nitpick.
Okay.
Like, this is just something that just rubs Aiden the wrong way.
Okay.
And that is when someone is describing something that they want to do, or a potential fix or adjustment for something, and they start listing off the upsides, and they say it's this, and it's also really good because this, and it's also really good because this, and it's like, we are determining whether or not it is good. You don't get to say it's good yet. You can say another benefit is this.
True. Yeah, fair. Because, yeah, how is this? Yeah, you're right, absolutely.
If we had already determined that it was really good, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah, true. I think it could be better because of this. I think it is, like you said, beneficial. Yeah, absolutely.
It has advantages here, here, and here, and has disadvantages here and here. As such, the advantages and benefits outweigh the disadvantages, and I think that moving forward we should do this. It's the same thing that you do when you write an academic or a formal paper.
Sure.
You don't say my experiment is good because this. You say like we did this because that.
And because of that, we determined that this is better.
We believe within a 95% confidence that this is actually a better reaction.
Exactly.
You can say it's better in your conclusion, and even in your intro, but not during like your data recounting.
It's fair.
Or procedure.
In combat. Joking aside, though, I actually think this would make combat way slower. Mostly because
it's not a joke. You pointed out a valid hypocritical point.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. You
Now,
said it in a
granted,
joking way, but it's not a joke.
adding time to combat because people are trying to combo can make like it take a bit more time. However, for rule of cool factor, I'm like a bit more willing to overlook it.
Mhm.
Especially because it will lead to players discussing things out of game with each other. Be like, "Yo, dude, I had the sickest idea last night. We could like maybe do this," and the other players like, "Oh, well, and then we could combine that with this other player's
Yeah,
character, and she could do that." And like,
I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to allow that to happen, but it is true that he did it is hypocrisy to say that you don't want them to be doing that and you just want to go through with
yeah,
the action and then say, but they could have more time to do that though.
mhm.
Right.
Like going from keep it simple, stupid, let's blast through
Yeah.
combat to,
Let's
hey guys, let's
strategize.
add this homebrew combat mechanic.
Right. Yeah.
Joking aside though, I actually think this would make combat way slower. Mostly because in the middle of combat, having two different players talk about their turn while another player is trying to take their turn can really slow down the game and make everything a lot more monotonous. Because then
Maybe.
you introduce
Wait, what do you introduce?
cross-talking. Two players are now going to try to plan their turn while somebody else is planning their turn, and then they have to explain all their stats and abilities and spells and whatnot to them.
This is assuming a lot.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with this.
Yeah.
I
We
feel
have
like
plenty of cross talking in like the game I'm a paladin in, and like those of us who are cross talking know to like lower our
yeah,
voices.
that's the first thing that I would say is lower your
We
voice, make
don't
it so that
You
you don't
don't
interrupt other
necessarily
people.
need to hear every conversation that
Mhm.
occurs between the players. Like, sure, it can help add to the conversation, but if an idea like comes to you in the moment, you're like, "Oh my god, I need to talk to so and so about this."
Yeah.
And it makes sense for your characters to be together while like the spotlight is elsewhere. Like you can totally like
Secondarily, I would say that if that is a problem that you are facing, have them text each other or write to each other in some way, like pass a note. I don't know.
yeah.
Um, it's a little slower, I guess, with passing a note, but you'll get that across. And yeah, I don't agree with you too. You're like I agree that there could be, just like anything, something could happen that fucks with other
I
people, but
Again, you're doing the scenario wherein you take the worst possible scenario and
mhm,
then dial it to 11 and then you hinge your point upon it.
absolutely. And again, if could very just use coulds, should maybe like
There's got to be a term for that, and if
right.
not, I'll make one. Like
Just get so
signposting.
complicated.
Signposting.
Oh wait,
Like
no, because goal posting is already a
yeah,
logical fallacy.
I thought signposting was already a thing too, but for something else.
I'm not aware of it.
I don't know. It might be my brain saying something stupid again. But yeah. So
Their turn, and then they have to
there was another point. Oh, he's talking about how you need to know every single thing about a character in that moment.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a bit metagamey.
yeah, it's one metagaming, but two, you probably had this idea when you had seen another character do one thing, right? Or maybe a few different things, but then you go and say, well, I can combine that with what I can do. So then you reference just that one thing or the many things. You don't have to worry about what their stats are, really. Like, you just go with, hey, Barbarian, you can throw barrels. I want you to throw me. Or, hey, Wizard, you can cast Magic Missile. I want you to do it at the same time as I do something so that it goes through me and my spell also goes through, and then they intertwine and hit some guy. Right? Like that, like stuff like that. It feels like you would think of that then or beforehand, maybe, or after even. Like I don't know. And then you only
And
go for
like
that thing.
it's also like say you come up with a strategy on the fly for a combo attack. It's very easy to argue like, oh well, you only have so many words to describe like what you're planning.
Sure.
And then to which I would counter with, but in a world where we're going to be fighting for our lives potentially, is it that like um unreasonable to assume that in the week that we have been traveling to this location that we may have tried to pull off some strategies and potential combo attacks?
It
Like
depends, right?
I didn't think about it between last week and this week, but that's because my life was filled with chemistry
Sure, yeah.
and like work and travel and such.
Mhm.
Whereas before, like in game world, we're thinking to ourselves, I have a guy in this cart who can cast a fireball. How can I use that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in a situation where you were traveling for a long period of time just together and you didn't really specify anything, I feel like that's more justifiable to say something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and in which case it's also justifiable to assume that you would have like perhaps names for those attacks like wombo combo
Sure.
or fastball special or
Yeah.
whatever.
And again, this is going and appealing to rule of cool, definitely. And
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, that's fine.
Explain all their stats and abilities and spells and whatnot to them, it would just get so complicated, it wouldn't even be worth it. Plus, in the regular D&D combat environment, you can already do this. The help and ready action allow players to combine their turns.
I was very worried that it wasn't going to be brought up, actually, but I'm glad it is.
And use them together. The great part about D&D combat is that its narrative opportunities are completely open to the players. Just like in City of Mist or 10 Candles, the narrative control is completely in the hands of the players during combat, allowing it to be creatively freeing. This is why people like to roll dice. You say that eventually excitement would be replaced by monotony, but I don't want to play in an RPG game where I just succeed at everything I do. Randomness is the exciting part of D&D. You've got it backwards. I don't understand how rolling a lot could eventually get boring. It's what actively changes up the game. This brings me to your third point. Debating a course of action goes on too long. You suggest a City of Mist rule where everyone only gets 5 actions before a scene ends. City of Mist works in scenes, and much like a movie, a scene ends after so many things happen. You also suggest using a timer or the threat of death, I assume. You say a swarm of rats.
Exactly. It's so strange. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. God, I'm not the only one.
I need to hear that delivery again.
Yeah. It's just
up the game. This brings me to your third point. Debating a course of action goes on too long. You suggest a City of Mist rule where everyone only gets 5 actions before a scene.
So I am somewhat disappointed though that he doesn't mention the fact that this is the second time he's mentioned players debating taking too long, given that it's literally the first point of like, well, here's where everyone's differences shine, and
absolutely
in a bad way.
Yeah, and yet they're now at this point debating how to get over it. Oh well.
Ends. City of Mist works in scene, and much like a movie, a scene ends after so many things happen. You also suggest using a timer or the threat of death, I assume. You say a swarm of rats, but I don't think you would want to start an encounter because that would add more time and take longer because then you would have to roll initiative or go into this automated initiative.
Fair point. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're suggesting something that will slow down everything even more.
Yeah.
I assume
you're operating under the assumption that the players will hopefully run away and solve the problem before the threat actually arrives. But like that is a gamble that can 100% backfire, my dude.
Absolutely. People want fight in D&D.
Yeah.
People want fight real bad. Unless they're in a campaign in which their characters don't fight.
Yeah, or like even in the scenario, right, where the stress of oncoming imminent death is going to make people like even more like heels in dirt. Like, no, we need to do this if we are to survive, you idiot, you're trying to kill us.
Yeah. We need to figure it out now.
By the time that the threat is 5 feet away, they still haven't solved the issue. So then now they've killed the swarm of rats, right?
And the issue is still there.
We skip to the end of combat, and they're still not across the chasm. And then you're thinking to myself, so do I throw another swarm of rats at them?
And if you throw enough swarms of rats at them, they throw them into the pit.
They'll throw them into the hole.
And then the hole is covered
across.
in dead rats. Yeah. I get it. I see your 4D chess slogan.
I
see
have
it.
seen Innocence: A Plague Tale. Where the rats are liquid and will fill up sewers and up mountainsides, I guess, in waves. And now they are flooding the court, like physically flooding the courtyard.
Dude, remember when that? Okay, just for a brief moment. Remember when that was touted as like The Last of Us again, basically? And I saw people talking about it for a week, and then it was never talked about again.
Don't get me wrong; it's a decent game.
I'm sure it is.
I can see parallels of The Last of Us.
Oh yeah, and I was just I did. It was a person and another person who was small. That couldn't fend for themselves.
Tiny person and stealth game by throwing things haphazardly.
Exactly. It was very much like trying to be it, definitely in a way. But
it was Last of Us meets Dishonored, because on one side it's a stealth game like Last of Us, but on the other side it's a plague with a bunch of rats carrying disease. So Dishonored.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, just I felt it was interesting, just that it was like. It was so touted to be something, and then it has not stayed the test of time.
Weird.
Yeah.
And now you make a new initiative with the rats in it. God, it just sounds like you want to play a video game. Regardless, all of these options are great for high stakes.
Didn't I say just play a video game, Logan?
You might have, yeah.
I thought I did.
I think we talked about it. You might not have said it directly, but I think we did at least allude to it.
I know I thought it.
Yeah. Oh, I don't doubt it. And honestly, I wish we had just said it.
I think what was it? I think it's like, honestly, Logan, it sounds like you just want to play a video game.
Maybe, yeah. I think
that was it.
It's very, very weird though. And honestly, D&D.
Because I know I recommended, I'm like, hey, play Divinity.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Issues for you.
We were talking about you were saying Baldur's Gate and all that kind of stuff. I think it was more just
I'm pretty sure,
just a go do that because that seems to solve your issue more than just go play a video game. I think you just gave an example.
I have so many thoughts I have that I don't bother to pause the video and actually say, because I would actually speak twice as much as I already do. And like, because of that, like, I have like a bunch of chaff that doesn't make it through, and then when I do this, like, essentially watching a video twice, I'm like, did I say that?
That's fair, and honestly, it's fine. There are many times where I think I've said something, and then I keep going as if I've said something, and then I go back and I'm like, wait. Or then you go,
I'm
hey.
crazy.
Yeah, and then you go, hey, what? And then I go, what? Oh no.
Yeah.
Closing in on them. We have 5 actions to get something done. Or maybe they're sinking into a sand pit and you pull out the timer to decide what they're gonna do. Or maybe they are walking down a hallway and suddenly thousands of swarms of rats are coming at them, and if they hit them, they're gonna die. But you say that this isn't for high stakes. This is for something like crossing a pit, which is just something the players can discuss. I forgot you hate that.
Waiting for the players to figure out how to...
I
felt
it.
A bit of heat off that one.
I liked that one a lot, actually.
Dude, much like our videos, it has gotten a bit salty in the end.
Yeah, a little bit. And
God, it just sounds like you want to play a video game. Death, I assume, and I forgot you hate that.
You know what, Jacob? Come on the show. Please,
dude.
Anytime.
Well, I've been wanting to have him on the show.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think this is probably the one that I will send to both of them, just to be like, hey, maybe come on the show.
Yeah, it's a critique of both. Both have points I disagree with, but both make some good points too.
Yeah, and it's not our most egregious of either. Don't look at our past video.
Wait,
no, go look.
Wait, no, hold on, no. Because we've had videos where we disagreed with XP to level 3 pretty heavily, but
yes, we did one video
even
where
the
we
one
disagreed
where we disagreed with
RuneSmith.
Runesmith
Yeah.
was.
It wasn't
I still
that.
think
It wasn't
mild
that
than this
Yeah,
one.
yeah, it wasn't.
Because it was
I'm
just
joking.
some minor gripes.
I'm joking. It's okay.
No, only serious.
Oh fuck.
Across a pit, and they're all mad at each other. Bring out the hourglass, and then bring out the rat swarm. And whenever someone actually tries to cross the pit, just let them do it.
So ultimately, your advice is that if something takes too long, the DM should just let the player do what they want and immediately solve the problem with no rolling at all. In this
Why is there a
idea
pit?
of a fast game, just like the example earlier, the players are thrusted right into the tavern. Once the players arrive at the tavern, the troll is attacking. The DM tells everyone the AC of the troll, and the same cookie-cutter initiative is brought out. Rogue is always first, then the fighter and ranger go at the same time, and always coordinate their attacks because it's better, and they can't coordinate with anyone else because they're stuck in this basic initiative, and the wizard is last. After defeating the troll, the party must now decide on how to take a trophy back to the king.
I know
as
that art.
proof for killing it. As the DM, you'll say it'll be difficult, as the troll is heavy, and to cut off a piece of its leathery body would be difficult. The party tries to come up with a plan to cut off parts of the troll, and the DM decides that this is taking too long and gives everyone only 5 actions to tear apart the troll. They all then decide what exactly their actions should be and who has the best skills. This conversation is now longer and no longer about the creativity of the situation, and it's all about who can succeed on the highest roll. The DM pulls out a timer and says they have 2 minutes to figure this out. The ranger just gives up and decides to cut off its nose. The DM says it succeeds with no roll because that would take too long, and they move on to get their reward.
It's a fantastic example.
Okay, so you know how I was talking earlier about how Runesmith made the mistake a couple times, twice in fact, of taking the worst possible scenario and then dialing it to 11 and then hinging their point on it.
Yeah.
And then Jacob did it once with making the same exact mistake. But when Jacob describes these scenarios of like, so following your idea, this is the scenario that happens.
Sure.
It just struck me, he's not taking the worst possible
No,
scenario
he's
and
not.
dialing it to 11.
He's
It
just
is
using
by
example.
the books exactly what Runesmith has described.
Yes, I was literally, that's why I was saying it's a great example that you've given, because you've now shown exactly how all of this stuff plays out and the problems with it.
It's not like a straw man or anything. Like, granted, you are ridiculing his point by using his own point against itself.
As you should.
But you're not doing the thing that makes it actually straw manning, which is exaggerating it grossly.
Exactly.
You're keeping it pretty well reined in, Jacob.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with this example because it is exactly what I want. It is exactly an argument that is just based off of exactly what he said. That's fair.
And also, you know how we've gotten on XP to level 3 about really clickbaity titles?
Yes.
What's the title of this one?
D&D Isn't Slow, a response to Runesmith.
Straightforward, simple, elegant. Like, Jacob!
When you apparently critique your friends, it's really good. Please, honestly,
give me more. I honestly love it.
Honestly, Jacob, if you started doing exactly this a lot more, man,
it's so good.
You would put us out of our out of what we do. I feel we're fucked. So maybe don't.
So keep up the clickbaity titles, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
No, but legitimately, this is fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's actually it's great.
Yeah.
Clearly,
minor disagreements, but
yes. Oh,
whatever.
And we've honestly, it's not been we've always given praise to videos that we found good, even if we minorly disagreed with them. Like. Yeah, fucking. We're consistent.
Finding the good in with the bad.
Exactly.
That would take too long, and they move on to get their reward. Clearly a D&D game filled with choices, stakes, and variety. Yeah, I know that's ridiculous, but that's kind of how I see Logan's advice here, just to put it plainly. And to be honest,
Good.
and to be fair to him, this isn't what he wants. What I'm hoping is that my viewpoint here will further push his mind and imagination to discover new ways for him to play the game that isn't.
That's how criticism works. Thank you. Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
That's what we do. That's
Jacob.
why we do it.
Jacob. Thank you. Thank you.
So good. Oh my god, it's so good. Fuck. We're approaching Blaine Simple levels.
I'm very happy.
Dude, Boo missed out.
Yeah,
oh
he
my
did.
god.
Oh yeah, he did. Oh, he better. I'll have him watch. He better watch this fucking video, right? Like,
dude, oh my god. Like rubbing my hands, like, yeah, boy. It's so good.
Thank you. Okay.
Destructive, because in my opinion a lot of this advice is destructive. And I think the real ideas Logan has in his head is not that D&D is super slow. I think Logan doesn't want to wait for other people to decide. He wants to know what is going on and to be in control of the situation.
Sure.
And take on the game with his own wit and understanding without any.
This is a logical assumption. So, like, people who are going, it's just an assumption. No. This is based off the evidence that has been presented in the video. I also draw this conclusion.
Based off of evidence of someone that he knows.
Yes, that's also true. He does have personal experience knowing the guy.
And I concur with Jacob because I am the same way.
That's fair, yeah.
One to slow, which to me just sounds like he wants to play Minecraft. And I think that this is my advice to you, Logan, or to anyone who agreed with his video. There is a joy in the people you get to play the game with. You get to have a shared experience that combines the wit and sometimes stupidity of your friends. D&D isn't about winning, or being the best, or knowing everything, or even telling the best story. It's about the fun you have with everyone around the table. And sometimes that doesn't have to be perfectly acted out. I implore you to explore the minds and thoughts of others because they can very much surprise you. And together you can create something that wouldn't have been possible by yourself. Anyways, make sure to have fun in your games, guys, and don't take this too seriously. Logan is my friend, and he was at my wedding last week and said some really kind words that I will take to my grave. So I love this man. If you guys go flame him, that is basically a slight against me. And yes, I'll take it personally because...
Okay. All right. Okay. We're okay.
Yeah, we're approaching levels where he's memeing now.
Yeah. And like I actually
congrats, Jacob.
Yeah, that was like a few weeks ago, I think. No, it wasn't a few weeks ago because I would have probably remarked on it on the last part. No, I wouldn't have because we weren't talking about him. I don't know. It's been a little while, but yeah, congrats, dude. Real nice. I saw your wedding photos that you posted, and they are cute as fuck.
Mazel tov to you too. I wish you both luck and happiness.
Yeah. There was something that I wanted to say, but now I've forgotten it.
Yo, actually, can I share something of when I was a stupid idiot kid?
Sure.
So I heard Mazel Tov as a child, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And that meant congratulations.
Yeah.
And then I heard the word Molotov.
Oh, okay.
And learned that it meant like a firebomb, right?
Uh-huh.
And because of the similarity between the two, and because I knew that Mazel Tov was Hebrew,
yeah,
I thought that Molotov was Hebrew in origin.
Nice. Oh, I remember what it was that I was gonna say. I don't know why you've clarified to not take this video too seriously. I think this should be taken very seriously in the sense of this is constructive criticism and this is how it should be done.
It's got good points that are well logicked out.
Yes.
Yes, you are free to disagree with Runesmith of fucking course.
Everyone fucking is.
But you mentioned like, you know, why your criticism is hopefully useful, and like I literally just agreed with most everything you say.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just a couple slight reservations, but like at the end of the day, I agree with you and I disagree with Logan.
Yes.
But like, you guys are still both great D&D players, and I don't think that was ever called into question
No,
by anyone.
I don't think that was even ever a point for anything.
Like, see, now I'm doing the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
where, like, I feel like
yeah,
I
that's
need
why
to
I was like, I don't.
apologize for criticism.
Very weird. So, but basically, I just want to make it very clear that if you're saying not to take it too seriously is like to tell people not to hate Logan, you don't have to tell people that. That's obviously not what you're doing. Again, you're just making constructive criticism. If it's a thing of, I think you should be more confident in this video.
It's a good video.
Not saying that you're not. I'm just saying it kind of makes it feel that way a little bit.
I think and I hope when he says don't take this video too seriously, it's as in like don't hate on Logan and don't go on his video bashing it as being all wrong and like parrot my points.
Yeah.
But I hope that he's not trying to say I don't endorse my video. I think he's just saying like, guys, don't get angry and try to start drama where there is none.
And again, I agree to that if that is the sentiment, but again, it doesn't necessarily feel that way. It feels like you're less, like you said, endorsing the video. So have a little more confidence in it, because I think this is a fantastic fucking video. I really do. You did this way better in a shorter amount of time. No, I don't know about that. I won't say that. There's no objective quality.
It's also a slave in which he. Sorry, it's not a video in which he's a slave to the algorithm.
Yeah. Right. Well. Yeah. In a way. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't know how the algorithm works, so I can't really speak to that in the sense of how this title.
I'm talking about 10 minutes.
True. Okay, fair. Yeah. But yes.
Yeah,
good.
Fucking like 9.8 out of 10.
9.
Like, good job.
9. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's a fantastic video. I do very much enjoy it, and hope you make more. Hell, do one to us. Right? Like,
dude,
honestly,
I would honestly, I'd be honored.
Yeah, I would be as well. I would be very interested if you tore us
Rip us
apart.
a new one. I don't care. Like,
yeah, that'd be very cool, actually.
I would be interested in hearing your criticisms. And
there's definitely stuff to criticize. I don't doubt it.
Oh God, no, dude, we're not fucking perfect.
No, God, no, get me out.
And the best part is you don't have any photos of us, so you can't say, "Oh, I've known these guys for forever. They're my friends, guys." Like,
yeah. Just
you
give
can
it to us
feel
straight.
free to like give it to us straight without needing to preface it.
Yeah, absolutely. So that'll do it for us for tonight. I had more things in the docket, but I'm just gonna go post them into the source channel for later use.
Yeah, we got through 3 videos.
Yeah, and also I didn't think that we were gonna get to the other things. Anyway, the docket was made before I found the Runesmith video, and then once I found it,
gotcha.
I was like, ooh, that needs to go second, and then I saw the response video, and I was like, ooh, that needs to go third.
We got through 3 videos with time for a huge aside about D&D campaign.
True.
Like,
yeah, no, we did. It's fine. Yeah, I have no worries on the content length or anything. I think we're good. So thanks for watching, listening, whatever you're doing. Very much appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed.
I hope today, of all of our listeners, you have a good day.
Wow.
You know who, dear listener at home,
very special.
surely that, yes, you, dear listener, have a good day. None of the other ones, but
Right.
you do.
Right. Absolutely. So yeah, as is usual, check the links in the description for all things about us, as well as tune in every Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube channel first to get access to the latest podcast, and then again on Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Devils and Dice will premiere. In fact, if you are listening to this right now, Devils and Dice session 24 is coming out Wednesday, and this is past that. But if you're caught up, ooh, it's a good one.
Oh, yeah,
it's a good one.
Ooh,
it's a good one.
nom, 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 nom.
Oh, fucking! You can find Devils and Dice being posted on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please look forward to that. It is good. It is fucking
God
good.
knows I do. But
yeah.
I also get to enjoy it before the rest of you all.
Exactly. But yes. That'll do it for us, I think.
I would just say closing remarks. Read your player's handbook.
As usual.
I wasn't going to mention it until I had a friend mention, like, what's my initiative last week, and I said, read your player's handbook, like, at him from across the table.
Nice.
And he said, I don't have one, and I'm like, there's 2 on the table, and I have 1 on my backpack you can borrow. And I'm like, he's like, well, I don't want to risk damaging a book, and I'm like, then read an online PDF.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jesus, come on. So I have a friend.
I was going to mention this in the podcast earlier, but I forgot. So
Okay. Yeah.
everyone in my campaign,
yes,
I try to give them either some sort of homebrew magic item or ability.
Okay.
My justification being they're level 6, they're powerful enough to have something that's a bit kind of unique to them and gives their character a bit more flair.
Sure.
So long as it's not too broken and doesn't make anyone stand far and away above the rest.
Makes sense, yeah.
And makes it so that encounters which are already like pretty hard don't have to get way harder.
Yeah.
So I was talking to the guy who wants to be a summoner.
Okay. Yeah.
And we nailed out an item, and this is also the guy who asked what's my initiative. And we already like nailed out an item like about a month ago.
Cool.
And he messages me last night, and I go, oh, and I open up the message and I look at it, and he's like, hey dude, barring finding an actual item, would it be all right with you if I was able to hold concentration on 2 spells at once? And I was like, no.
Yeah. No.
And I was talking to the warlock about it today, and he's like, yeah dude, I think it's like because of a midway point of hearing like your world and then like the world where like thoughts and prayers is a thing. And he's like, I think he's like just kind of like aiming for the midpoint there, and I'm like, that would be a midpoint, yes, but
yikes. Yeah, no, I was gonna say I have a friend who relies on me more so than looking things up. I don't know why, but at this point I'm getting
a living encyclopedia.
I am, and I keep giving into it, but there's so many times where I just want to just be like, dude, did you even read it? To be fair, he has trouble paying attention to things sometimes and like all that. Well, so I'm like, yeah. I don't want to be that dick, right? And so, but it's been so many times now for some things that I'm just like, could you just at least try to maybe read it and take notes on it or something? I don't know.
So what I would do personally in your situation,
yeah,
partly because I'm passive aggressive and partly because I like putting in way more effort than I need to into things.
Okay.
Buy a notebook.
Right.
Copy down his character sheet and his class details into the notebook.
Okay.
Number the pages in the notebook.
Okay. Yep.
And then get him that notebook like a few sessions from now when it's done.
Yeah.
And be like, hey dude, made you something. Here's your character. Here's everything you can currently do. Here's everything you will be able to do in the next couple levels. And whenever you have a question for me, look in the book.
Well, this this is the other thing though, right? Because like during the one shot he was playing, and he had his class thing open because he was playing at an Order of the Lycan Blood Hunter, and because it was homebrewy, I guess, he had it open to reference things, and he was just like, okay, so this says that I can do this, but could you also like tell me if this would apply? And I was so happy because he had everything there to reference himself already. He has this ability to do this. But it's because, I think it's also because it's a one-page thing, really. Like 1 to 3 pages, I think. And I'm just like, yeah, okay.
D&D aren't above like 3 to 5.
I know, but I think it's because it's the book, right? And you'd have to get to the pages. And even if it's a PDF, it's still...
Oh, God, yeah. Sticky note on page 37.
So, I don't know at this point, and and I'm just like... You've shown me that. Anyway, this is so.
You have the capability.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, listeners
read your player's
out there,
handbook.
have a good weekend.
Yeah. Thank you, and good night.
Good night.